All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to day 3 of the World Pickleball Championship. We're here in Bali, Indonesia. This is the Liga Sports Complex, and we've got a great match about to get underway. We've got the team in black and yellow is from Indonesia, local team here. They are going to be Andy Ramaner with the head wrap, and Nirna Ningsai in the other player on the team. And across from the net is Team India. Snehal Patil has got the blue Selkirk paddle and is the one that's got white shoes on. And Rasali Takari is the one with the white and blue Selkirk and the yellow shoes. So this is the last round, I believe, of the round robin. I've got my Aussie next to me, Brendan Lee. What's up, Brendan?
Aussie? Love it, mate. Mate, great to be here. We're in for a treat here today. Let's go.
It's going to be 1 game to 15.
Straight out of the gates, we're going to expect a lot of power from the Indian team. It's what they're known for.
Looks like Team Indonesia's also got the power.
Nice spot there.
Yeah, I think she painted that white sideline.
We've got two very accomplished players up this end, Scott and Snehal and Vrishali, very accomplished singles players.
That's a really nice spot right there. And to your point about the singles, the team from India, they really do embrace singles. They don't mind working hard, running around on the court in singles, but they're also good doubles players. They really train hard.
Yeah, they're definitely transitioning into the doubles world. A lot more softer shots coming into play we've seen this tournament from them. A lot more third shot drops, dinking. So we'll see what that can get them going at this tournament. Ooh, nice little battle there. Won by the Indian team. Well done.
Yeah, it looked like Snehal sped that up first. She was the initiator, and that worked out in her favor.
And let's remember, Scott, Snehal is only 16 years old.
That's crazy. I heard that, and I thought, like, she's very mature on the court for 16. That shot must have got away from her a little bit. I think they didn't even need to make an actual call. It hit the backstop.
And that's just the experience, as we said. Doubles is quite new to them in many ways.
Yeah, I feel like singles, there's not as many nuances in the strategy of it. Doubles is a lot more strategic in the placement of the ball.
Early on here, though, Vrishali is looking sharp on the doubles court. She has the feel, so I like what I've seen from her thus far.
Do you think that it's Team Indonesia that's giving them a lot of opportunity right now?
Yeah, a few balls sitting up from this end at the moment.
You know, it's funny, we were talking about earlier, you know, they're just happy to be out here. They're smiling. The team from Indonesia is just pleased to be on the court at the World Pickleball Championships. And they're still smiling, but this is a little bit more serious game. I think the other game we were watching, it was their fellow teammates. So they're taking this a little more serious.
My goodness, that get there from Snehal, though, to chase that lob that went over her head, that was a great get. She hit that from behind her to get that ball back into play and neutralise that point.
Yeah,
Fantastic point.
Yeah, she's definitely like somebody who surprises you a lot of times with the gets that she can put back over the net.
Out to a very quick 8-0 lead here.
Yeah, I can't say that I'm super surprised just from seeing them in the past. They play a lot together. What do you think it is giving a team an advantage when they get to practice and train together? What's the difference there?
Yeah, for sure. If you can get time on court, and it's more about that middle ball, I think, a lot, like knowing who is actually going to take that ball that goes down to the middle. And Vrishali definitely looks like the alpha on this team.
Yeah, I remember watching them back in April at the Asia Pickleball Open, and she's definitely more of the aggressor and the kind of the alpha player. You definitely need that on the team, don't you think?
100%, but we're not seeing any stacking from we haven't seen much stacking at all from a lot of the Asian country representatives here. Would like to see them maybe mixing that up into their styles.
Yeah, and I know personally, stacking isn't something that I do just to do it. It's like for a purpose a lot of times. Maybe I don't know, maybe you see it different, but maybe they don't feel the need to stack at the moment just because the scoring is
Perhaps.
is
Maybe
a little,
they're just playing neutral at the moment, and later on as the matches do get tougher, maybe we will see that.
Yeah, because you don't have to stack all the time just to stack. I believe there's reasons for the stacking, as we all know, and sometimes I think stacking can actually be counterproductive if used in the wrong way.
Not sure if you saw that, Scott, but Vrishali also offering some advice there to Snehal. I think she was telling her that ball was too low to pull the trigger on. And she was reminding her, maybe just reset that one, get it back in the play, don't attack that one from that low. Great overhead.
Yeah, that's a snappy overhead right there. Do they do that in Australia? The snappy overhead?
We see the badminton players with those nice quick wrists, yes.
We know Australia is typically known for rugby, but are they going to become known for pickleball? Is that the goal?
Well, I think Sarah Burr has definitely put us on the map this weekend with her win in singles yesterday, so we are well on our way.
Absolutely. Do you like the drives on the third, or do you prefer these teams to drop and get in there?
I think right now the Indian team is just overwhelming the Indonesian team with their power, so I wouldn't change a winning tactic here. I think they are overpowering them, so I'll just keep going with my drives. But maybe it wouldn't hurt to mix it up with a few drops later on. They're going to need those drops against some of the other teams, so there's a nice drop to get into the net. And a bit of luck.
That's unfortunate, but hey, it worked out. Vrishali's like, hey, look, I didn't plan that. It just happened.
I'll take it, though.
Yeah, we always laugh. You never give those back. You might say sorry, but you're really not
sorry.
sorry.
Made it. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah, I mean, are we really sorry that we hit those? Probably not.
The girls are really on a roll out here.
Yeah, I mean, look, when in competition, right? I mean, there's different levels of different tiers, and they were just outmatched.
Yep, there we go.
But still, look, so respectful, so polite. I love that. I think, I'm from the States and you're from Australia. I don't know how they do it in Australia, but I can say in the States, it's not always this respectful and friendly on the court. And they whether they win or lose, the teams from Indonesia, the teams from, the Asian countries, they show respect.
100%. They're the most humble people, and it's been a pleasure to be here this week. They're so inviting, so warm, so welcoming, and yeah, this means a lot to them to host an event of this caliber in Indonesia, in their country.
Absolutely. Well done from the team from India, Vrishali Takari and Snehal Patil. So we're going to take a break. That was the last round robin for Pool A. So let's just recap real quick before we get out of here. Pool A, B, C, and D. And it looks like there's 5 teams in Pool A, 5 teams in Pool B, 5 teams in Pool C and 5 teams in Pool D. So 20 teams in the Women's Open. Now, if he's doing this like he did all the other ones, which I assume he is, it's the top 2, right, Brendan?
That's correct. Top 2 from each pool will be progressing through to the quarterfinal stage, where we will have matches to 15. And now it's going to start getting interesting. The quality's going to start going up.
Yeah, this is where the best teams come out of each pool. Hopefully he's dispersed the teams equally enough to where you should have everybody shake out of the pool play. The idea behind that pool play is that you give everybody an equal chance to kind of get warmed up, right? You don't have to just feel the pressure of immediate production. You can have a bad round, and you can still be okay. You can still make it out. You don't have to be the best team in there. You just have to be in the top 2.
You just have to do enough, mate.
You don't have to be the fastest. You just have to be faster than the other 3 teams behind you. So yeah, that's how he does it. I want to get your thoughts on this format. Do you feel like this is a successful way to have a World Pickleball Championship?
It's great. I've been lucky enough to also play in this event here, and having the round robin event first, it's definitely meant that we've got to play against a wide variety of players from other countries, because I feel like the pools have definitely been dispersed evenly amongst country representatives. So it's been nice to meet different people, play against different styles. It's very interesting how the different countries actually all play pickleball, because it's all slightly done differently. Some with big hitting, some with a lot of spin, some with badminton backgrounds, table tennis backgrounds, whatever it might be. So it's been nice to have that variety. And then, yeah, if you do enough to get through that into the playoff stage, then the real business begins.
Absolutely. Talk real quick about the pressure of playing to 15 and the differences between 2 out of 3 and then the game to 15, because we don't just do that in pool play. We also do that in the bracket single elimination, right? And then the only games that are 2 out of 3 is the finals. So you get rewarded once you get there, but there's a pretty lengthy road to get to the finals.
100%. It is very cutthroat. You are feeling pressure, especially in that round of 16, quarterfinal, semi-final stage. Those matches are first to 15. And really anything can happen in those matches. In best of 3 game matches, you can easily turn around a first game and come back swinging in the next 2 and take the win. But in a first to 15, if you go down a few points early, a few net cords or whatnot, the pressure builds. And it really takes a strong team to come back from that. So let's see what the playoff round brings, but there's going to be some good teams competing. So it'll be 1 versus 2 from each pool. So the first place team will play a second place team from another pool. And there's some strong teams coming through. We're going to see Sarah Burr and Beck Kingsley. They've gone undefeated in their pool today, progressed through, and slight bias to them. They are from my Australian team, so
no shame in that game.
No shame in that.
You're playing the team event with them on Saturday, so you got to show love and support for them.
100%. And Beck is my mixed partner, which I'm looking to throw down with her tomorrow. But they won the Asia Pickleball Open early this year, so they are actually familiar with these conditions. A lot of these players out here, but look, in that first to 15 format, anything can happen.
Yeah, that's the thing that we see with the games to 15 often. It's not always the best team that wins. It's the team that catches fire at the end of that match. And if they can get a team that's even on paper is not as skilled or not supposed to win, if they catch fire, and you know how momentum in pickleball works, if you catch that right momentum at the end of a 15 game, you can literally upset teams very easily. So I personally, I like the 2 out of 3 better just from a playing standpoint, but from a viewing standpoint, the intensity of the game to 15 is actually very good for viewers because there's no second chances. You don't have a recovery game. But I do also love that he rewards the 2 teams that make it to the finals with the best 2 out of 3. It's a very satisfying thing to make it to that and be the only teams that get to compete for 2 out of 3. Also, so just to give everybody the visual perspective, it goes from 20 teams in pool play to, I believe, 16 teams in the first round, 8 teams in the second round, 4 teams, 2 teams in the finals. So that's how it looks. It goes first round, quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. So just so everybody's aware of that. And then real quick before we go to break, talk about the team event on Saturday. This is going to be the basically the pinnacle of the tournament. We've had men's doubles, women's doubles, mixed doubles, and then the team event. Have you participated in a big team event like this before?
Never like this. So this is going to be my first experience. I didn't come over for the Asia Pickleball Open earlier this year, but Australia did have some good success there, and I'm looking forward to joining my teammates there. But from what I hear, it's an incredible event. The atmosphere is just absolutely buzzing and a massive vibe. So really looking forward to throwing down for my country, as I'm sure all the other players are. And I don't know what to expect from that event because I know there's different weights in the matches. So e.g. the number 1 men's doubles is worth more points than the number 3 men's doubles, and the same for the mixed doubles. So it's a very interesting format. I know I'm expecting some strong play from the Indian teams. From what I've seen, the Indonesian teams, taking out the men's doubles event last night, they're going to be strong.
And
Taiwan.
then don't forget about the Philippines too, Taiwan as well.
Yep, so it's going to be a really interesting event, and I think I'm just really looking forward to it.
Yeah, so I'm actually fortunate enough to get to team up with Team Australia. I kind of, behind the scenes, was itching to play a little bit, and I knew I'd be doing mostly commentary, but was able to negotiate onto the team. Very fortunate for that, but I was going to tell you, and you know this as well, but you're only as strong as your female counterparts in this team event because they're part of the mixed and the women, so they're a heavy part of advancing to the next round. And Team Australia has some strong talent.
Not going to brag, but we've got 2 of the best out there, so we are sitting pretty.
Beck Kingsley and Sarah Burr bring heavy hitting paddles to the game. And they are savvy players as well. They're not just hard hitters. They're smart.
All-rounders.
They're competitors. You know better than I. I mean, you get to play with them more regular. But I got to experience Team Australia back in April, and I was just very impressed. And that's one of the reasons I requested to be on Team Australia. I probably could have requested any of the teams, to be honest, and could have probably played with any team. But I really liked the energy and the focus that Team Australia brought. And also, you guys are a lot of fun, man. I don't know if it's not just kangaroos and swimming pools over there in Australia. You guys are just fun people.
We like to think we are, and we haven't told you about your initiation yet, mate, but there's a few Australian foods we might get you to try before we take to the court. Or maybe a bit of slang. Learn some of our words.
As long as I can wash it down with a schooner, I'm good.
At least now you know what a schooner is.
Yeah, so tell that story real quick because we got a few minutes, but I'm on the group text with Team Australia prior to the tournament, and I think it was Shannon Burr. He said something like, I said something like, oh, I'm going to be on the team or whatever, and he's like, and this guy's like, Shannon said, well, I have 2 questions. Does he know what a schooner is? And then I don't know the other word. Vegemite?
Vegemite. Aussie delicacy, mate.
A Vegemite. So I looked, so this is the funny part. I immediately looked up what a schooner was. I spelled it the same way he did. And if you look up schooner without any other context, it pulls up a sailboat, like a sailing boat.
Never heard of that in my life.
Yeah, so if you Google schooner, SCHOONER, it literally pulls up a picture of a sailboat and says that it's like some type of sailboat.
And you're like, what?
So then I send it back on the screenshot. I'm like, I don't know why we're talking about sailboats, and then they just busted, all laughed, on the thing, and come to find out, it's actually a what?
It's a beer.
It's a big beer.
It's quite simply a beer, a large beer, an Aussie beer. Yeah, it's a lot of beer.
It's an Aussie beer. So as long as I can wash down the food that you're going to make me eat with the Aussie beer, I'm good.
Yes, Vegemite, it's a required taste.
What is that? I still don't even know what that is.
Okay, so Vegemite is generally a breakfast delicacy, so it's a spread. I guess it's similar to Nutella peanut butter, but it tastes nothing like them. It is very bitter. And it's black.
People like this.
It is just black.
And this is what people
love
order.
Love it. We have it on avocado, on basic toast for breakfast, in a variety of things, yeah.
All right, I got another question now that we're on Australian food. Do you guys eat octopus? Is that a thing?
Yeah. Octopus is a thing in Australia. Squid. Yeah.
Squid.
Yeah.
Okay. A bloomin' onion. If I go to Outback Steakhouse in the United States and I order a bloomin' onion, is that going to be the same as if I order one in Brisbane, Australia?
What is a blooming onion? That's what I want to know.
No, you got to know what that is.
No.
Stop, this guy.
Maybe I've been living under a rock, but no, I don't. Don't forget, this is my first time out of Australia. Did you know that?
No, I did not.
Okay, this is my first time out of Australia.
But you're telling me that you guys don't have a blooming onion?
No. Aussies, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've never heard of a blooming onion.
I cannot imagine that a guy next to me from Australia has no idea what a blooming onion is.
Okay.
You did have the deer in the headlight look.
I'm a pretty simple guy.
Are you picky with food?
No, I like to think I'm pretty versatile. I try a lot of things.
I feel like you should still know what a blooming onion is if you're from Australia. So I don't eat them, but to the best of my knowledge, if I go to Outback Steakhouse in America, in the United States, and I say I want a blooming onion, oh, we're about to kick off this game. Sorry, I didn't realize that that we were about to go. We're gonna get started. All right, here we go. We'll finish that conversation about the blooming
we'll come back
onion
to that
later.
one. This team in light blue, we had the pleasure of watching a couple of matches ago before the live stream started. They are fierce.
Yeah, you know what? They brought some good things to the table. They're playing, again, the best team in the pool, I would imagine, right now. So we're going to see. Wow.
Ooh.
So what just happened right there?
So that was an attempt at a lob, I would have thought, and it's accidentally come off the end of her paddle. It was off pace, and it really threw Snehal.
Yeah, but then what happened was I thought Snehal was going to crush it, and then it just dropped below the net, and she ended up missing it. Wow. Okay, I don't know. Something got overturned. Okay, never mind. Okay. I don't know what was going on over there from Team India, the coaching staff, but they're going to give second serve to that.
So what the team in light blue do very well is the simple things. They're very simple with their techniques. They're quite flat hitters, and they have quite good feel. It's a great get.
Which, honestly, sometimes the simple things in life are the best things. Sometimes trying to overcomplicate pickleball is the worst thing you can do. This team might give them problems based on what you just said.
I think this is going to be a much more competitive match than we saw in the last round.
They're very unorthodox with their style, too. Like the lob, the ability to kind of mix things up in an unorthodox way can create issues and trouble for the other teams. Also, I would like to point out that they're both using the Onyx Z5 paddle from the company Onyx, and that is the most sold paddle in pickleball, or at least it was. I don't know if it still is currently, but for a long time it was literally the most sold paddle.
Okay. So good spot there by Vrishali. She just caught her opponent there in the transition zone, off balance. Really good position.
That's a bit of dinking. She's asking the ref about the foot faults.
Okay.
And she did foot fault. She did. But I was going to bring that up to you. My experience at the Asia Pickleball Open and then even here is the refs do a fantastic job, but they're not super confident on calling foot faults. They would just rather defer to not calling it. And
I think that's what the Indian coaching staff were getting at.
Yeah.
I think a few points ago they thought that she may have foot faulted. I didn't know if she did. She was on 1 foot. I didn't see her step.
She did? Yeah, 100% she was. I saw it myself.
Okay.
I'm not going to bring attention to it unless the ref does. But, yeah, she definitely foot faulted. But my point in all that is that the Indian team is expecting him to call that, but it's not really something that they do often. They try not to, actually, I feel like. And what's funny, so this is even what's funny about it, the refs positioned down the line of the team that's in the light blue. He should be at the bar because he should be able to watch both footballs.
Yes, correct. You need to be watching both ends there.
Which is, again, just the lack of experience on their part calling foot faults. They're not as familiar with how to be confident in doing that. So basically what I'm saying is he's been told from the Indian team to watch their foot faults. So he's watching them, but he's not watching the Indian foot faults.
Great exchange there.
Yeah, and a nice angle off the court. But do you feel that sometimes from a strategy standpoint, like her bringing awareness to that woman being on the kitchen line can cause them to kind of falter?
100%. You'll probably see them staying back a little bit more off the kitchen line perhaps, or even stepping back on balls that maybe they would generally reach in for on a volley. But we've got a timeout here right now. The Indian team have they've opened up a bit of a lead here in the first game. They're up 6-1.
Yeah, and so I love watching Team India compete. But one of the things that I picked up on and noticed, and I don't know if you've picked up on this or not, they're very savvy when it comes to strategic timing of how they go about things. That's how I'm going to say that. And if you're paying attention, if you've watched a lot of these matches, you know exactly what I'm referring to. I don't really need to go into detail or want to go into detail, but they're very savvy.
They're clever.
They're
clever without a doubt.
Very savvy. And
would you like to play a few on-court games?
We go, yeah, like in America we say like gamesmanship. It's like gamesmanship. It's trying to get in the other team's head a little bit. Particularly, Brendan, when they're losing.
Yes.
If they're losing, they will find a way to try to disrupt the flow of the other team. Now, is that illegal? Absolutely not. It's illegal to try to have some gamesmanship. Now, is there a line?
Are they going to make friends? Probably not.
Probably not. But I don't think they're here to really make it.
Who's here to make friends?
They have a little bit different mindset. They're here to compete and win, and whatever it takes.
Oh.
That's another one. But can I just bring up that they're off the line now, thinking about the foot faults,
Yep.
and maybe she gets to that ball if they're not so far off the line. So, at the end of the day, Team India has gotten the other team a little rattled, thinking about their feet now.
Oh, that is a great volley.
What do you think about those exchanges?
That was a good shake and bake. Well, and then obviously the second volley she hit was great, but good aggression there by the team in light blue. Can they settle now after that early discrepancy there with the foot fault and really impose themselves in this game? I think they can.
Do you feel like the timeout helped them?
Bread and butter there by Snehal. That forehand roll cross court from her is fantastic.
Yeah,
textbook.
And if you watch on the replay, Brendan, like the one thing that I get frustrated when I watch teams play, when there's an overhead about to be hit, people shoot to the middle of the court. You should shoot out to the outside immediately because that's where most people strike the ball, is cross court.
Another net cord. That's 2 in the last 3 points for the Indian team, and the team in light blue are not happy about that.
No, they're pretty frustrated, and honestly, for good reason.
I think they know they can compete in this match. That's why. They feel like they're not out of this, but they just had a bit of luck go against them. Another one. 3 in the last 4 points.
There's no way that they should get that many. That seems a bit unfair.
And we're on to our change of ends, so I think we're at 8-1 to Team India.
8-1, my goodness. Actually, they're showing 8-2 on the scoreboard.
8-2, sorry.
Well, take away those 3 net rolls and a couple mishaps. This game's actually probably like 8-6, Those can be pretty deflating. Would you agree?
100%. It's not, as a team that it goes against, it's not what you want to see. But I think they can regroup here. I think that from the points we've seen, they've got good feel, they've got good hands. If they can just stop the momentum here of the Indian team and slow them down and put a bit of scoreboard pressure on, they can definitely turn this around. A late call of out there, but the ref has indeed agreed with the Indian team. Great return there. Spinning out to the right. Vrishali was off balance there and couldn't hit the third that she wanted to hit.
By the way, the team in light blue that we've been referring to is Wilyani and Sita.
Great defense there, but just one too many.
But do you agree with a lob there, with knowing that these two on the other side of the court hit really nice overhead smashes? I don't know.
Probably not. They probably should slow it down and get a drop and get back into the net. I think they've been in the hands battles. Great setup there. Vrishali actually did all the work then, and Nahal did the put away, got the glory, but great setup from Vrishali.
As competitive as Wilyani and Sita have been, the score doesn't really reflect that now at 11-2. But they are giving them some trouble at the front end of it.
Ooh, that shot's not on. And at this stage of the match, it's you're clenching here, aren't you? You're trying to do something. You're trying to get back in the match. And as I said earlier, I think it's just the simple things they need to do well. And they're just overcompensating, trying to go for a little bit too much right now.
Agreed. Do you like the fact that she let that third shot bounce, stepped back, and then took a different shot?
Yeah, I like that she did that, and it caused Snehal some grief because Snehal was looking at coming in and really taking it high, but the fact she got it soft and low and Snehal still tried to attack showed Snehal's inexperience, but also that these two are clever enough to win those points.
And that shot, good to hit at their feet right there?
Yeah, that was a good position there.
What is it about hitting at people's feet in pickleball that is successful, makes it successful?
So I think it's all about being on balance in that transition zone. And if you're seeing a team that's off balance and they're wanting to get forward, aiming for their feet and making them step back on that is going to be key. It's a filthy angle by Snehal. Oh, Snehal did so well to set up that point, just missing that high backhand, but great energy from the team in light blue.
You read my mind. I was just thinking great energy. Even though the score's not reflecting how competitive the game is, they're still in it. Mentally, they're still engaged. That ball landed. That ball landed. She thinks that her foot was on the kitchen line, but I don't think.
I
don't
thought she was well behind the kitchen line.
She was. I agree. I think she was well behind it. And the ref's literally right there watching.
But I'm actually surprised Vrishali is, I mean, they're up 12-2. Like, why even worry about that at this point in time?
It's a little petty to me to be looking at the ref after you lose a point to say, hey, she was in the kitchen. You've made the ref aware.
Yeah, not the right choice there, especially when her partner's up the net. She's a sitting duck.
Right. The lob works well from the kitchen line when you can get the opponent kind of bent over.
And pushing them back off the kitchen line.
And it's set up with dinks. You dink to get them kind of lower, and then you can flip it up over their head. But just throwing these lobs up is not going to work. They were thinking that ball was out, but I thought that ball was in.
It was good.
Yeah, it looked good.
Yeah, angle off the court, perfect. The player on the right is getting caught too close. When they're sitting them up, she really needs to hustle her way back a lot more than she is. She's getting stuck there.
But you nailed it. You said when they lift the ball up. I mean, that's what's happening point after point, which is why it's 14-2. And Team India is controlling the line. You know, that's the 15-2 difference right there.
Team India showing some promise here. We might be seeing them later in the medal rounds with a performance like that. I was expecting that to be a little bit closer, but India showing their skill.
Yeah, they're definitely a dominant team in the women's open division. We'll definitely see them again. There's no doubt in my mind that we're going to see them on championship court. Let's take a break. I've got Brendan Lee. My name's Scott Golden, and we'll be back to the action after this.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, welcome back, guys. We're about to see another match. Two Indonesian teams about to square off. We've seen both of these teams so far. I think the red team hasn't maybe been on live stream, but they were on the court when we were about to start after their match. But we did see the light blue team already. That is Wilyani and Sita. And the other team, I believe, is, let's see, Herlina and Nirawali.
All right, action about to get underway here. We could be in for a good match here, Scott. I think these two teams are very evenly matched, and I'm sure there's a bit of pride here with who's going to fly the flag.
I'm going to give a slight advantage to the team in the light blue.
Agreed. We've seen some good things from the team in light blue today. They were a bit overwhelmed in the last match against Nahal and Vrishali, but I think against these other teams, they should be fine. Do you think it's a mother-daughter team?
It's possible that they are. I don't actually know, and we can try to find that out. But yeah, they're both using Z5 paddles, so I would not be surprised.
Big drive there from the team in red. Unfortunately, just missing on that one as well.
I should also say on record that they could be sisters.
Could be.
Not necessarily mother-daughter. Could be sisters. We'll see. We'll find out.
Hopefully I didn't offend anyone.
Now, why do you think she missed that dink right there?
She's well behind that NVZ, but it could be before this match, in their previous match, they were called on a couple of foot faults, so perhaps they're standing a little bit further back from where they'd like to be.
I was about to ask you if you thought coming into this game they would be more conscious of their foot fault potential.
It's potentially correct. I think the referees are now kind of watching that on this court, so
But if you pay attention to the screen, you'll see the referee is off center. So there's not a real good way for him to do that.
it's going to be hard for him to pick that up. But for me, it almost looks like a lot of these players on the court right now are actually more comfortable being back off the NVZ and almost just driving it, to be honest.
Right, and some of that, do you believe is from lack of like experience and coaching?
Correct,
'Cause
yeah.
They don't know that the advantage is up at the net, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, at the kitchen line.
You've seen the player in red now who's on the left-hand side of the court take 3 very big cuts at the ball when she's on the NVZ, and she's missed all 3 of them. So I think that's just experience. Perhaps she can get away with it at her home club, but we're at the World Pickleball Championships. I don't think she's going to be able to get away with that here today.
And do you think it's great exposure for these teams to get around like Team India, Team Australia, and like see how the game's played at like a higher level?
For sure. I think this is only going to help pickleball in Asia, Asia Pacific, and wider regions. I think having these pickleball global events, World Pickleball Championships in Indonesia is such a reward for these countries. They're so passionate about this game.
Nice exchange here.
Great little battle, but once again, caught too far back from the NVZ.
Yeah, at some point they'll realize, hopefully, or somebody will coach them up a little bit on that, and they'll start leaning in to get the, get those dinks out of the air.
And she has it. She loves this drive, but she has not found it yet. Let's see if she can turn that around.
Sometimes it can elude you for a whole game. It's frustrating when that happens.
Ooh, well done. And she held her feet behind the NVZ.
Held her feet behind the line.
It.
That was very she was very conscious of that.
Dancing very nicely.
It's interesting. We were talking about the respect and everything. She actually just looked at us and basically apologized to us. And, that's just a sign of respect.
Yeah.
Like, she wants to perform at her best and not offend anybody.
Correct, yeah.
And
they know they're playing on show court now. They know they've got my eyes, your eyes on them. They're exposed out here.
Yeah,
it is quite tricky. Like, these guys have probably only played, recreational pickleball at their home club. This is a big event.
100% this is new for them. And what a great thing for us to be able to showcase them. And
what a great lob that was.
Yeah, honestly, that was like a center fielder trying to track a ball into the lights, and they kind of lose it.
I mean, this roof is very high, and I felt like it was not far off hitting the roof.
Yeah. That was one of the first things I noticed about this place. How high do you think the peak of that roof is?
25 meters?
I was thinking more like 30 meters.
Yeah?
I mean, I don't know.
I'm no good at math. I can't judge things very well, but it's high. I don't think anyone's lob is going to hit this roof.
No, there's not a chance you could hit that. If you hit the ball as hard as you could. Maybe Martin Clark could hit the top of that.
Maybe. He has some power.
Or your two-handed backhand.
Ooh. Great exchange here.
I love the reset right there. She put it in the kitchen.
Yes.
It's so good by our friend Wiljani or Sita. I'm not sure which one.
Not sure who's who out here.
We need to find out.
We do.
And I want to apologize. I mean, we don't know all these players, and sometimes we're getting familiar with who they are as they come on the court. But maybe we will do our best.
Maybe in the chat, if you know which one is Wiljani and which one's Sita, maybe let us know.
Yeah, if you guys know which one's which, that'd be great. Also want to give a shout out to Jade Campbell and Fifth Rain.
Yeah, so Jade Campbell actually hosts the Pickleball podcast in Australia. So good to see her tuning in and watching this live stream.
Let's go, Jade. Another good lob right on the baseline. Yeah. Did you teach them that?
No, I can't lob that well.
Lobbing is hard, by the way. Badminton players do it very well.
In such a small court, yes.
Are you picking up on the fact that they struggle with that ball that's kind of short hopped right at their feet?
Yeah.
All of them do. They all struggle with that ball that's like right there.
For that shot, it's just about actually being steady before you hit the ball. And this team just seems to be running in behind it and trying to hit the ball on the go. When they're seeing that ball coming there, they need to stop, split step, balance, and then prepare for and then get ready to hit the shot. But they just haven't quite got that skill down pat yet.
All right, while we've got a little break, I just want to circle back to this conversation because Dreamcatcher just said, did someone talk about Vegemite earlier? That is so gross. We'll pick up on that in a minute.
And Scott, we actually had a look at the ingredients of Vegemite in the break that we had, and you were impressed with the lineup.
I was definitely impressed, but not
in a good way.
Well, more like not sure I would want to try it kind of way.
If you are playing on Team Australia on Saturday, mate, you'll be trying it on Saturday morning.
Just a little tidbit of information about Brendan. He said as a kid, he would spread that all over toast.
Yeah.
And just eat it. Like,
or just on the spoon.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, that was what it was.
On
it was
the spoon after school. Yeah, loved it. Great little point here. Good poach. Up goes the lob again. Great feel. And a fist pump over towards us. She loves it, yeah.
She's playing it up for the camera.
Yeah, she knows.
I want to know if that is Lilyani or Sita that's playing it up to the camera.
Okay, the player in red now up this end, and I don't know her name, she has now found that drive. The last 3 points, she has hit a very good drive to set her partner up for a volley.
It may be the side change. Sometimes you switch ends and all of a sudden something clicks. And I don't mean that joking around. I think sometimes that little mental shift, you're down and you need to make some stuff happen.
And a missed volley there.
Yeah, I mean, that overhead's a very flat overhead. She doesn't have a tennis background, I would assume.
Team in red making a move here too. Sorry,
yeah,
Scott.
They really are. They're starting to impress their counterparts with these shots. They're imposing their will more.
So the team in light blue is definitely going to have to get that volley down low. This team is hitting big drives, and the team in blue is popping up that first volley. They need to get it down.
You're
Could have been on there again.
She's found that rhythm, that groove on that forehand drive. And the team in blue is like, hey, we'll just feed you some nice soft returns for you to just smack it.
This match getting interesting right now.
Yeah, 8-5. Oh, wow. I'm loving the paddle.
Oh, great exchange.
The paddles are getting on the ball here. I mean, like, they might be hitting a few out balls or what have you, but I love it. Very nice.
Great to the team in light blue smiling after that missed drive there too.
I can't imagine these players not being just hot, burning up in this attire that they wear. I mean, they're long sleeves, long pants. I don't know what we got to look up what that's called, but I'm going to say the head wrap. It's incredible. Oh, now that's payback, but to a different team. But that's a check back into the bank.
The team in light blue copped a lot of those in their last match, so good to see them get one back.
They're going to pay it forward, that's all.
Oh.
Do you see that often when there's a ball that's attackable like that, you're coming up flying, running up to it, that you overhit?
Yeah. You think you've got a good ball to attack, but when you are that close to the net, it's actually hard to bring that shot back up and down, so up and over the net and then back down the court. She's almost better off just rolling that ball down the middle of the court or potentially even trying to bring their opponent forward. They've done some really nice drops from the other end. So,
And then did you see the forehand attack?
the forehand is on fire right now.
She fired that ball into her body. The other team did not even have a chance at it.
Shout out to my Australian mentor, Keith Bing. Great to have you here on the live stream.
Keith Bing, thanks for joining us, buddy. Another one, payback, but she got it. They love to lob. Now, who takes that, forehand or backhand?
Yes, the player on the left definitely should have had that ball. She had the overhead on the forehand side. She had better eyes on it, better visual perspective on where that ball was.
Is it one of two things? Is it lack of communication, or is it the left side player not taking the authority and just saying, I got it, mine?
Yeah, it's a combination of both, and probably definitely experience as well in this situation. Up it goes again.
I think she's smiling as if it was a good shot.
Yeah,
I probably would have called that out.
It was very close.
I mean, you thought it was good?
I thought it might have got the back of the line.
All
yeah.
right,
Yep.
fair enough. We have a great view of that, actually.
We are right in front of that line. Ooh, there it is.
She's just hammering away on those forehands.
That is mean.
But see, this is where I think strategy comes in. If that woman's hit me with the ball 3 times in the stomach, I'm probably not going to give her a forehand.
Yeah. I have seen her backhand a couple of times in this match, and it is definitely not as strong as a forehand. She slices it. Another miscommunication there.
Yeah, but also I thought that was a little bit better lob because it was kind of up and over with some pace versus just a weaker kind of frail lob. The team in red, they're not doing themselves any favor with these missed returns, though.
Some cheap errors.
They were back in it. It was actually close. It was 11-7. Now it's 13-7.
So the team in light blue hasn't necessarily had the power in this match, but they have had the placement and precision. Some nice little drop volleys, some nice little short drops to draw their opponents in as resulted in some pop-ups. There it is again.
They did it again. She is seeing that so clear, and of course we see it from the sideline. But I'm thinking, like, in my head, I don't know if you were thinking that too. I was like, why isn't she just dropping it? All right, a 2 thumbs up.
Double thumbs up. I'm not sure how this pool has progressed, but I'd love to see the team in light blue make it through. They are a vibe.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you. Are you Wilyani or Sita? Wilyani or Sita? Sita, okay. Nice to meet you, Sita.
Great win. Congratulations.
All right, we just got the winner come over and say hello to us. That's Sita.
So lovely.
Sita was either the sister or the mom. I'm not sure.
So Sita's in the white hat.
And then Wilyani is the younger one.
We presume the younger one.
In the head wrap. Yeah, presumed the younger one.
Great performance by them. As I said, they've been a fun team to watch. I don't know how this pool has progressed or whether they will get through. But if they do get through to the next round, I know they're going to give it their all.
Well, we definitely know Team India is going to make it.
Team India.
That team was waxing the other teams 15-2, 15-3. I will be interested to see if they make it. I believe they will because you picked up on it right away when you watched them. You said, like, this team's bringing something to the table a little different. Now, do they have some work to still get better? Of course, we all do. We all need to keep improving. But I thought they showed the most potential of all the Indonesia teams that were in this pool. What were your thoughts on that team?
Yeah, they definitely had more versatility to their game. They had some drives, but what they also had is they mixed it up with lobs. They had some nice little touch and feel around the net. They kind of had it all. They just need to keep developing and working on those skills, the percentages, the precision, being able to do it under pressure. And I'm sure this time next year, that team will be a different team.
Yeah, definitely. Now, Brendan, we're going to shift gears. This is the problem with giving shout-outs. Now everybody and their mom wants a shout-out from you. I guess you're supposed to be a mind reader because we weren't even aware that Tony Morgan was on the live stream until he made a comment. Are you supposed to just know your people when they're on?
I did have a feeling that Tony Morgan was watching. So Tony Morgan is also one of the hosts on the Pickleball podcast in Australia.
Let's go, Tony Morgan.
So, Tony, great to have you here watching. Stay tuned. We'll have Aussies Sarah and Beck, I believe, coming up soon, hopefully here on Championship Court.
Well, see, all I got to say is I don't know Jade or Tony, but Jade made herself known a lot sooner than Tony. Maybe Tony was like cooking some Vegemite, whipping up some Vegemite in the kitchen.
Correct. Sounds like something Tony would do, but Jade's all over it.
Or could he have been making a blooming onion? I don't know. So let's address that.
Yeah, we need to clear this up. So I had a lot of messages come through after our conversation about a blooming onion where you laughed at me for not knowing what a blooming onion was, like I would eat them daily.
Well, let's just talk about it. I just made the assumption that an Australian would know what a blooming onion was because growing up, I'm 38 years old. In 38 years, we were always told in America that the blooming onion came from Australia.
And you have now found out.
I've been educated. So this is how this went down. If you weren't on the stream earlier, I asked about what he thought, if he thought a blooming onion in the United States would be different than a blooming onion in Australia. And he literally, guys, looked at me like he saw a ghost. He's like a deer in the headlight. Like, I really don't know what you're talking about. So at first I thought, like, all right, Brandon's a prankster. He's a jokester. He's probably just messing with me. And then we go off air, and then he's like, no, I seriously have never, I don't know what that is. So we looked it up, and he's like, oh, okay, I see. But then in that description, what did it say?
It said something like along the lines of Americans think that it's an Australian thing, but it's definitely 100% not. It's Americans make this up.
Yeah, I was like, hell no, this is not an Australian thing. This is definitely a pickleball. I mean, a American blooming onion. So hysterical. I all these years going to Outback Steakhouse,
and they've been lying to you
the
whole time.
They've been lying. And actually, I'm not even sure now. I'm questioning my whole life.
Yeah, well, I would too, mate.
Question everything. Is Outback Steakhouse even from Australia either?
Look, Outback is definitely Australian. I don't know if we've got an Outback Steakhouse franchise in Australia. I've never seen one, but look, come to Australia, mate. We'll take you to the Outback.
I'm definitely coming to Australia.
We can't wait to have you there.
Yeah, no, I'm coming. I don't know when or exactly the time frame, but I will come to Australia.
Mate, we can't wait to have you in Australia.
I just want to try some Vegemite.
Saturday morning before team's event, we are having Vegemite on toast.
You know, you told me that something new I didn't know either, which is Bali belly. Is that what you called it?
Yes, so I'm fortunate enough to, have Dr. Martin Clark as a doubles partner.
That's something else I learned, is that he's a doctor.
You didn't know?
Had no clue. He's so humble.
Yes, 100%. He is an amazing guy. And so Martin has been telling me what I can and can't eat this week. I mean, the food in Bali all looks amazing, and I like to eat food. I'm a hungry lad. I like to try different foods, but Martin's like, nope, we've got doubles. You can't eat this, because you cannot get Bali belly. So I'm lucky I've got him. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't be here right now.
Well, you'd have Bali belly.
I would have Bali belly.
I'm surprised I don't have Bali belly, actually, because I eat whatever the heck I want, but I am pretty picky, so maybe maybe I have that list naturally of what Martin Clark would approve. But yeah, about Martin, he's so humble and so kind. I didn't know what he did. I knew he was well off. He built pickleball courts at his house, so I just know from life experience, if somebody's building pickleball courts inside and outside, that you're probably doing pretty well in life.
So for those that maybe haven't seen on Instagram on mine or Martin's or Sarah's, we are very lucky to be both doubles partners with Martin, but also have Martin as a great friend. And he has got 2 pickleball courts at his house, an indoor court, and he's just built an outdoor court. And I'm talking the best courts in Australia. He has fed no sand, and it's incredible.
I know who I'm staying with when I go to Australia.
I'm sure he would love to have you there. Both him and his wife, Nan, they're so inviting, and they'd love to have you there.
They are the sweetest couple. She doesn't play at the level that Martin does, but she supports, when she's not playing, she supports him 100%.
Yep. So we've got this running joke at the moment because Martin and I are doubles partners and we're partnered up at this event. So I am the eldest son.
You're the eldest
and I have been treated and spoilt like an eldest son as well.
Love that. But no, they're great. And I like I said, I learned something new. I was not aware that he was a doctor because he doesn't mention those things because it doesn't have any relevance in him as a pickleball player. He's not going to go around bragging that he's a doctor, but
Maybe he
find
just
that
doesn't
out.
want you to go into him with all your health problems, mate. Like, Martin, I've got a sprained ankle. Come and help me out. I'm cramping. Can you rub me down?
Lord knows 6 years into pickleball, I would be going to him with all my ailments. But no, great guy, man. I found the Australian team to be extremely friendly and accommodating when I was at the Asia Pickleball Open. I immediately connected. I connected with a lot of the teams, but I had a special connection with Team Australia, and I've remained friends with everybody. This is the first time you and I have actually met in person. We have kind of kept up on Facebook and Instagram and stuff, but they absolutely just brought me in as like family, and again, like I said earlier, that's the reason I'm playing with Team Australia this Saturday.
Yeah, we've got a very supportive team. Even this week at the World Pickleball Championships, we're riding each other's matches. We're right there with each other, supporting each other 100%. We saw a great example of that yesterday in Sarah Burr's final in the Elite Women's. So,
Absolutely.
Fifth Rain in the chat. Just reach out to us via social media. We'd love to have you for a game, but I'm wanting to know who you actually are.
Yeah,
the mysterious Fifth Rain.
Yeah, I'm not sure I trust anybody named Fifth Rain on YouTube. You're going to have to come out with your real name here. No, I'm just kidding, but that's good. And then, of course, got to address Sandra Kingsley real quick. She said, "Hey, Scotty, thought you're staying with us. If you come over to Aussie, the kangaroos and koalas are waiting." You know what? I do remember now. They're on a golf course, and I did agree to stay there. So I might have to switch maybe a couple days here, a couple days there.
I'm sure we can come up to Harvey Bay for a bit, mate, with me as well.
Absolutely. I'll be up in Harvey Bay as well, so we'll make a round of it. But, guys, let's take a break. You can see we're not getting another match here because I think the pool play is coming to an end. And hopefully, like you said, we can get some Beck, Kingsley, and Sarah Burr action on championship court. I'm sure we will at some point. And we'll be back for the bracket and some more talk about Australian food when we come back.
Animals as well.
Koalas and kangaroos.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to center stage. I've got Brendan Lee to my right. We've got the team Australia out there, and I think the other team's from Singapore. We're about to kick it off right now as Sarah Burr serves it up. I have a feeling we're going to have some fireworks in this match.
All right, we are getting into the crux of the day now. 8 teams left in the open women's doubles event, so 8 quality teams. And we know the credentials of Sarah and Beck. They're the Asia Pickleball Open champions from earlier this year. One of Australia's strongest women's doubles pairs. And the Singapore pair, I don't know a lot about. Have you seen much of them, Scott?
Yes. I saw them at the Asia Pickleball Open, and also again this time. They're going to be a team to watch out for. I mean, they could potentially pull an upset if they catch fire. Now, there's a lot to that statement. Clearly, they're going to need to play their best pickleball against Kingsley and Burr. But it is possible in pickleball in a game to 15 for them to pull off a potential upset. But again, they'll have to play at their full potential to do that.
And it is only a first to 15 game, so we have been clear on that. Quarterfinals and semifinals are only first to 15. Sudden death point at 14-14. So a couple of drives here just gone long from Sarah. Probably just settling into this match. And the Aussie girls just missing a couple of drives here. Maybe a little bit nervous into the quarterfinal stage. A few butterflies in the belly. Oh, Beck frustrated with herself there. She knew where she was on the court, hitting that out ball. Not happy with that one.
But I gotta say, she's still got a smile on her face, which makes it no less better that she dropped her battle. But it's still, she's got the good attitude about it. I love it.
All right, just when they had a bit of momentum up this end early on, a miss serve.
Amanda Tiao and Lauren Ling.
So Laura is in the black shirt and Amanda in the white Selkirk.
That's correct. And they are more experienced, I would say, than a lot of the teams in this bracket. But clearly the favorite and the front runner is Team Australia.
And we have the spin serve of Sarah Burr as well. And we saw the havoc that it caused yesterday in the open women's singles. And Amanda actually played Sarah in the quarterfinal stage yesterday of the singles, and a timeout called very early here from the Australian team.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we talked about this on the live broadcast earlier in the match. Anything can happen in a game to 15. And just because you start hot early doesn't mean that you're going to win. And just because you start slow in the beginning doesn't mean that you're going to lose. This game will shift up and down with momentum throughout the course of a game to 15. You'll see that momentum bounce up and down quite a bit, so don't go anywhere. Buckle up for this one because it's going to be a good one. Do you think it's smart for Amanda and her partner to get into the firefights a lot?
They're not going to want to take on Sarah in that instance. Scott, I just had to look at the round robin play from earlier on today. So Sarah and Beck went undefeated, 4 matches won, 0 lost, 60 points won, only 9 lost across 4 matches. So sometimes that makes it really hard. If you've had relatively easy matches all day to then come into a quarterfinal where you're playing a team that's also had plenty of wins and you haven't been challenged, it's quite hard to actually settle early. Effect of the spin serve there, though. Great depth on the spin, keeping Amanda pinned back to miss return. They're on the board.
They're on the board.
Another one.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to need to really watch out for that spin serve. The key, Brendan, as you know, is to watch the rotation of the ball off Sarah Burr's paddle.
I am not giving away any tips and tricks right now, mate, until this match is over. Who knows who is listening to this live stream?
That's true.
Amanda's coach could be out there.
They might have an earpiece in. Yeah, you can see the visible frustration on their face. More like a look of bewilderment, confusion a little bit, why they're not able to return this.
And Beck has quite an opposite serve to Sarah. It's hard, it's flat, it's deep. Yep, okay, Burr and Kingsley finding their way now in this match.
Well, we knew that was going to happen. They were going to, maybe not start off, red hot, but they're going to pick up their momentum.
Oh, that return just dropping in.
The thing about Team Australia is they're going to make you win the point at least 2 to 3 times further past what you want to.
You've got to hit 3 winners probably to actually get a ball past Sarah Burr.
Yeah, I mean, well, she's the Australian wall, and Beck is absolutely as good at defense as well. So they're not somebody that you want to really, take for granted when you go to hit an overhead.
Yep, great 2 volleys there from Beck. First volley, second overhead. That's some power right there, and she's looking in fine form. Oh, I bet Amanda wishes she could have that one again. But maybe Amanda thinking she has to do a little bit more. You're playing Sarah and Beck. She probably knows their credentials. And sometimes you can come out here and actually do a little bit too much, and you don't need to do that much.
Yeah, I agree. And look, we've now got a shift change in the score. It's 5-3, Team Australia.
And we're going to see confusion there.
See, that's just a bad idea.
So we had a viewing point here, Scott. I don't think you saw it, but Amanda actually, they were going to switch. She had an open palm behind her back, and the plan was to switch there.
It didn't pan
but
out.
The poor return confused them both because the return went so short. Here we go.
Oh, wow. Great defense there from both sides.
What a point. How was that fast but then slow element there at the end? That was exciting.
That's a little bit more like high-level play. It goes fast, fast, fast. The net court slowed it back down, and then, of course, the missed dink at the end.
Great point from the Singapore team.
Do you think the team from Singapore, Amanda and Lauren, do you think they should slow the ball down and get up to the kitchen, or do you think they should try to get into these fights? I know we talked about they're not getting into the firefights, but they're actually holding their own on the firefights. Yeah. They're losing the edge when it comes to dinking right now.
Yep. For me, it's going to be tough either way for this team, but I think they're definitely looking more comfortable up the front of the court. We've had some great firefights already, and we're at a change of ends right now. But this match is close. They are definitely not out of this match, but how much do they believe?
Yeah, I mean, they started out hot at 3-0. They looked to be in control of the points, and then all of a sudden, after that timeout from Burr and Kingsley, things changed around quite a bit, and now we have a situation where it's 8-3. What do you think Lauren and Amanda should do going into the second half to get back in this? They're only down 5.
Yep. I think Laura is really struggling with the return of serve. We've seen her miss a couple, and we've seen her put a couple short in the court, exactly like what happened there. And Burr and Kingsley were all over it from. It was a shake and bake, essentially. A big third followed up by a volley to back it up. Just putting that lob too long. But once again, they won that point from the MVZ.
They're going to need a couple of those to go in their favor if they're going to get back in this game. You need skill and you need a little bit of luck. I want to give a quick shout out to Craig Murray. He's a former Alabama friend of mine. Well, still a friend of mine, but I no longer live in Alabama. But thanks for joining, Craig.
Great point there and great finish by Beck. Beck is looking fantastic out here, Scott.
Yeah, I mean, she's looking strong, and of course, you know, her counterpart, her sister, has got some phenomenal hands as well. So they're really winning that edge right now.
Good to see Laura actually get onto one of those returns. She might have liked it a bit deeper, but that short slice return actually caused a bit of trouble. Good to see.
So again, those unforced errors, because I believe that's an unforced error. I mean, that wasn't a forced error in my opinion. It's like they want to attack that ball, but it's below the net. Frankly, I just don't think they're used to this kind of power coming from the teams that they normally face. The Australian ladies in front of us have immense power off these paddles.
So we've had a timeout called. Good. I like this timeout. The match starting to run away from the Singapore team, Amanda and Laura right now. So good to see they've called a timeout. Maybe slow the momentum of Sarah and Beck here. Let's see after this timeout what they can come back with.
Yeah, and I've been watching just like everybody at home, and I think this is a tough matchup for Amanda and Lauren. The spin serve has been creating tremendous problems. Even if it's not an ace, it's getting a weak return, forcing them to stay back, and then the third shots are a lot better from Burr and Kingsley.
So Sarah looking for the shake and bake there. This is their bread and butter in doubles. Whoever's getting onto that third shot is really looking to drive it, generally center, and one person, the other player, is sneaking towards that net, looking for that higher volley from their opposition.
Amanda had that one teed up. She just missed. She was up a little bit more than maybe she wanted, and she hit straight down. She has a pretty flat attack.
It's a lovely drop there.
There's just no power behind that overhead. Do you find that allowing a team to stay in a point like that because you're just not putting that ball away, is that an issue? Is that a problem? Or is it better to play it safe and not hit it as hard?
Just sitting that one up there. Yeah, look, I would go for placement, looking for that person who's in the transition zone, maybe putting that overhead at their feet rather than going all out on it. But it's hard. They're versing a top team here. And just some ill-timed shot selections, hesitation there probably on that shot by Laura, not knowing what to do, that ball dropping really quickly. Scott, if you look behind the court, we've got the Indian team of Snehal and Vrishali actually probably getting a checking out Sarah Burr and Beck Kingsley here.
Yeah, they faced them in the past, but they're definitely scoping them out, trying to figure out a game plan that might work.
There it is. What a good finish.
And that is their bread and butter. They finished it off with a shake and bake. Talk about the reason that's so successful for them, especially being that Sarah Burr is a lefty.
Yeah, I think, it's the overwhelming power that both these girls have on their drive. But the other part is they don't hesitate. They know each other's game. These girls have played together for, 18 months now. Every doubles tournament they've pretty much played together. So they have that knowledge of what's going to happen. But their movement and their athleticism, from what I've seen of the rest of the field here, they're a cut above. They move quickly forward. They move quickly across the court. They stay low. They use their legs really well. And they're just an exciting all-round team to watch. And I'm expecting big things in the next rounds.
Yeah, they're going to move on to the next round. And speaking of that, I actually misspoke earlier. I just realized I said 16 teams. I meant 16 players, which is 8 teams, which is the quarterfinals. So it's actually quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. So there's actually only 3 rounds to this. 2 wins gets you into the finals. So,
and we're just looking at the draw now, and the semi-finals, projected semi-final opponents from these guys for Sarah Burr and Beck Kingsley looks to potentially be the Taiwanese team, and I think they were 3rd and 4th. Am I correct in the singles?
I believe so. That's Young Sin Sang and Zhao Yu Ko versus Angel Lanto and Nofulan Adiani. So they're going to be playing, and the winner of that match will play against Rebecca Kingsley and Sarah Burr. And then on the top half of the bracket, you've got Macy Gu and Michelle Lim. That's the 2 tall players that we mentioned at some point. And then Penny Lee and Varsha Majmudar.
Now, just stopping you there, I've seen Penny Lee and Varsha play yesterday in the advanced, and I was impressed with them. Penny's an over 50s player. She has a lot of success here in the over 50s events. She has great skill, and I wouldn't be surprised if they actually get through that match.
Yeah, I agree. She's very good. I saw her at the Asia Pickleball Open as well. Very strong on the court, a lot of court awareness and experience. And then on the other side, Snehal Patil and Vrusali Takari will play Ari, or have played maybe Ari Adelia and Desak Bija.
And considering they were scoping out this match, I think Snehal and Vrishali have moved through to the semi-final round. We're just refreshing the draw now. But we are on track for some hot semi-finals out here.
Yeah, so, you know, this is where things can get very interesting because as these matches continue, it's 2 rounds to get to the last one. A game to 15, like we said many times, anything can happen during that match. So we're going to really see some tight matches, I believe. I still, and this is not just because I have an Aussie in the booth with me right now, I still feel like Beck and Sarah are the front runners to win this. But just like we saw yesterday in Men's Open, I projected you guys to win that Men's Open. It didn't pan out that way. So we know that anything can happen in a bracket.
Yep, it's a net cord here or there, you know, an ATP or an Ernie that can really change the momentum of things out here. And look, I think you've hit the nail on the head. Anything can happen. Who knows what to expect from these semifinals? But I know they're going to be good.
Definitely. So that match that we talked about with Penny Lee and Varja Majmadar, they are off court just behind us, squaring off right now. So after they get finished, we will see the semifinals coming up in just a minute.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Championship Court. This is Scott Golden here at the 2022 World Pickleball Championship. We're in Bali, Indonesia, and we've got a great men's advanced doubles final coming up. Actually, Brendan, this was the draw that we were trying to get into. We couldn't quite make the cut.
I thought we were too good, they said.
Oh, that's what it was. They said we were too good. My bad, I got confused on that. But no, if we were going to be able to get into this one, we were a little late to try to sign up, but this would have been the draw that we would have been in. But these guys played in the men's open as well, all four of these guys. So these guys are no stranger to high-level play. These guys, I would say, are all 5.0 players. I mean, they're all very good quality players. Leander made the finals in singles in the men's open. Kim played singles, did very well, did not make it to the finals. But you mentioned it. What does he bring to the table?
Yeah, he is an absolute vibe. I'm expecting big things from Kim out here. He's a big-time player. He's going to like being on the show court. He's exciting. We're going to see tweeners. We're going to see behind the back. We're going to see ernies. We're going to see ATPs. You name it. We're going to see it.
And then across from Team Philippines, you've got Team India, which is Gaurav and
Kashyap?
Kashyap. Yeah. I think that's his last name, actually.
Yeah, so Kashyap.
It's Pranav.
No, Kashyap is the first name.
Kashyap, yeah.
And he's the shorter one in the blue, and Gaurav is the taller one in the black. I think Kashyap is the more experienced doubles player,
yes.
Whereas Gaurav is more of a singles player.
He might be offended if you said that he was not a doubles guy, though.
And maybe he's a doubles specialist, and I just didn't realize it.
I mean, he's in the finals.
He is. But I'm expecting a very high-quality match out here, Scott. I think the skills of these players are exciting, and we're going to see some contradictory styles out here as well.
Yeah, and don't let the name advanced
fool you.
Final fool you. This is going to be very high-quality, high-level play. Expect some really nice drives from Kim Ivor in the blue that's serving, and expect some nice third-shot drops from Leander, his counterpart. Oh, that's a sick.
Oh, that's a sicker drop, though. Oh,
so
my goodness.
The lob was incredible. The drop off that lob was really good.
Even better.
Unbelievable by Kashyap.
And two lefties on one team.
You don't see that very often. It's like a spot in a unicorn. Look at the footwork from Kim Ivor, working around that backhand. There's the come on right there you were talking about.
Fist pump. His energy is huge.
And he kind of did a little Filipino stare down right there. I mean, he was really kind of giving them the stank eye.
It's in your face, in the face. We like it.
He's not afraid to bring it.
All right, a nice exchange there. Very impressed with Gaurav's skills with those dinks. He has delicate hands.
Yeah, I'm impressed so far with all four. The energy level's good here. We've got a good crowd watching, and the Philippines versus India is definitely geared up to be a good one here as we unfold.
This is a best-of-3 game match, we should make clear.
Yes, that was the one reward that you get when you make it to the finals here at the World Pickleball Championships.
Energy from the Indian crowd, giving it to their team here.
Oh, that's a great misdirect. So that's what Gaurav brings to the table. He's a lengthy, reachy lefty that has misdirects. Did you catch all that?
I did. That was a mouthful. But we've got the tall and the short of it almost up that end, some would say.
Wow, no pun intended. That was a good one.
But don't let his diminutive frame fool you. That is some silky smooth skills there to get up to the MVZ.
Well, you tell he's very confident. He just takes his time getting up there to the net. The only thing is if you lift the ball up to either one of these four players, any of these four players, it's gonna get hammered back at you.
Ooh,
like that.
Stare down.
Yeah, because they're giving it back because Kim invites the fire. You know what I mean?
He does invite the fire, and we invited the fire yesterday with an Indian team, and we came off second best, and Kim's gone hard early here with some come-ons. Like, I'm talking in the first 3 points here, he gave 2 come-ons.
And the stare down with it, so it's not just the come-on, but the stare down. Love the soft touch dinking.
There he is. Look at him.
They've got to be careful with Kashyap's backhand flick. He catches it and just flicks it down really hard with a good angle. Very hard to defend that because even if you get a paddle on that, it's going to pop right back up. Oh, the lob serve. Haven't seen that much.
Haven't seen that this week at all.
Oh, a lob, but
Now, I was going to say this. I'm not going to be surprised because of Kashyap's stature.
if they try to lob.
I think Leander and Kim may actually look for a few lobs here, but what they have to remember is he's actually very explosive, and they lob middle. Gorev's going to have his overhead down the middle as well.
Yeah, I remember that's the two lefties, so it's a little different. Oh, he did the little fire. Come on back to him.
The stare down. Nice body bag there.
So when you invite that, you're going to get it back. You better be ready to bow up because they know what's going on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Boy, that was close.
That was a very close in that return. Ooh,
it's not the right ball to speed up, is it?
No, a loose ball there from Leander. He's better than that. He knows that.
He won't do that very often. I think he's just a little amped up. All the come-ons have got him a little excited here.
And Leander doesn't strike me as the guy to actually get involved in that type of behaviour either. He seems quite chill, quite mellow, fierce competitor.
Yeah, you've spot on with that assessment. You've got him pegged. That's the little inside out that he does. He doesn't hit where you traditionally would think he would go, and he's very smooth when he does it.
Gorev has been dangerous with that ball down the middle thus far. For me, he's the player at the moment.
Also, little known fact, everybody in the Philippines calls Leander Ian, E-A-N.
Really?
You look, anytime you see go Ian, that's Leander. I confirmed that last night.
Can we get a bit of story behind that maybe from one of the people that are commenting?
I think it's just his nickname. Yeah, go ahead and give us some feedback on that, guys, if you know the story why they call him Ian. But, yeah, maybe it's part of Leander, E-A.
Yes, that makes sense. Sorry, a bit slow.
Well, that's not even – I don't know if that's factual. I just know that's what it sounds like. He's doing it again. So this is what I know. When the perceived better player of the team doesn't see a ton of action, when you do get that action, you try to do as much possibly as that you can with it. He needs to just relax and let Kim settle in and do his job and then hope that he can get involved.
Kashyap putting that volley long, but what I like is Kashyap and Gorev look like an experienced doubles team. I feel like they've been playing together for some time. There's no miscommunication down the middle. Gorev's generally taking any ball that's laying in the middle, thus because it's on his forehand, but they just look quite smooth, quite silky.
Absolutely. That's a great attack.
Oh.
Now, that was the right one to attack, and also he caught it at its peak right there instead of letting it drop a little bit lower.
That was the first time in a while Leander had been on the left, though, too. Previously, Kim had been on the left. Oh, Those hands are butter. And what a shot there. What a great little off-pace roll.
I would say what's helping Team India right now is the ability to keep Ian and Kim on their heels.
We've seen some incredible dinking thus far in this match. Teams now starting to look at trying to, lots of dinking down the line too, so some of these players are now trying to offset that pattern with some Ernie attempts. Another great return there by Kim. Him is painting that line up that end. Down the middle solves the riddle. Great volley there by Karshap. Team India looking so smooth. Kim with the Ernie. Fantastic move there, and that's what they're going to have to do. There's a lot of dinking happening line, and if they're going to disrupt that pattern, they're going to have to look at faking some Ernies or doing a half Ernie, 1 foot outside the court, 1 foot inside the court over the NVZ. Great reset there by Leander to keep them in that point.
Yeah, he didn't really roll that back anymore, punched it.
Okay, a bit of momentum here.
It's a great spot. All right, we got a timeout from Team India. Kashyap and Gaurav taking a moment to breathe as they have found themselves now with a comeback from the Philippines. We'll take a quick break as well, and we'll be back to the action in just a minute.
All right, we are back serving at 6-9. Look at the reach there from Gaurav, reaching well into the kitchen to take all 3 of those volleys. That was terrific play. He is lengthy. Can we get a measuring tape on those arms? They're at least 2 meters long.
At least 2 meters.
Ooh, deflection off the paddle into his face, but he seems to be okay.
I'm going to tell you right now, they need to stay away from Gaurav. He is dangerous with his shots. Very offensively aggressive and really misleading with his shots. He's very deceptive.
Not the play. Speeding up down the middle onto that forehand.
You know what I'm noticing is fantastic of an athlete is Ian is, and he was a tremendous singles player. He made it all the way to the finals. He's still a little unrefined in doubles right now. He still has some work to do. He's obviously good enough to get to the finals here, but he's making some decisions that are questionable in my opinion.
Yeah, some ill decision there to finish off that game there by
Gaurav
Ian
and Kashyap were in control in my opinion.
They were sharp. What Did Gaurav and Kashyap team up in the open men's doubles yesterday?
I believe so, and also I think they were the team that won the advanced in men's last April, I believe, or this past April in the Asia Pickleball Open. Either they made it into the finals. I don't remember if they won or not. But
I'm surprised we didn't see them with a deep run yesterday. From what I've seen in this first game here, Gaurav is incredible.
Absolutely. They both look really sharp. And like you said earlier, you alluded to the fact that they must have experience together because there's less mishaps and miscommunication than what a team, teaming up for the first time would have.
They look so polished right now. Like, there's no miscommunication. There's discipline with all their plays. When the Ernie's on, the other player's moving well across to cover it. It's fantastic. I wasn't necessarily expecting that from this team, but full credit to them. They have played a terrific first game.
Yeah, I mean, you see why they're in the finals. Both these teams are excellent teams, but the team from India right now just has the upper hand. They look more confident, more cool, calm, and collected. I will say another aspect of the team from India that they bring over is that they all coach each other. And I don't mean that in a bad way, I mean that in a good way. They're there on the sidelines, and they're showing not only support, but they're actually watching intently of what that team needs to do if they're having issues or struggling. And they're always so quick to give some tips or advice on how they can quickly correct anything that's unraveling. So very interesting dynamic, and it's no wonder that these teams from India win a lot.
The other thing that was costly there, I think, for Kim and Leander in the first set was Kim brought the fire. And Kashyap responded, and Kim came off second best. I think if they can stay level-headed and maybe not give the Indians emotion to play with, I think they're going to stand a better chance in this second game.
Yeah.
Those hands are soft like butter. Dead set.
Yeah, he's smooth on his backhand. He's got Kim feeling a little uncomfortable on these dinks. Even though he's getting him back over, he just doesn't look as confident.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, you can't leave it up on Kashyap like that. I'm going to nickname him the Indian Hammer because he just came with that fire right there. Let's see if that sticks.
Okay, very loose volley there by Kim. They're going to need to tighten this up. India is going to run away with this game if they're not careful.
Yeah, this could get out of hand in a hurry if they don't tighten it up. They're finding a little success returning to the backhand of Gaurav. He's smooth with it, but he's trying to almost be too perfect on that shot, so they might need to revisit hitting those returns to him.
You would definitely rather that drop sitting up a little high than a little low.
So you're seeing that they're trying to get to his backhand. I think they've picked up on something there. Ian also super silky smooth with those dinks.
That is a play and a half.
You can tell Leander doesn't like getting beat on those exchanges, but right now, Kashyap and Gaurav are the better end of those exchanges are going to them. Oh, I like it, just not sharp enough to stay in. That's the danger of lobbing, is that you have to basically get it up and over the opponents and inside the baseline. It's an extremely difficult shot to execute on a fairly regular basis.
And although Kashyap's small in stature, he is big in power, and he is quick getting back.
Well, he's just quick in general, right? He's got a good first step. His agility side to side is second to none, And I think one of the things that sets him apart is his ability to focus each and every point without losing that edge. That's such a good flick.
Oh, they did the hard work to get back into that point. Leander will be disappointed with that.
So I noticed a little something, could be nothing, but I don't know if Ian and Kim picked up on this, but the middle ball, they tend to fight over it a little bit, Kushop and Gurov. So, you know, that may be something they need to visit, you know, going to that middle ball, having them kind of fight. And, you know, when I say fight, I mean just like decide who's going to hit that ball.
I felt early on they were actually really disciplined with that. I felt like Gurav was taking majority of those balls. Maybe as the match goes on and they're
Kushop's starting to feel a little
better,
more.
He's wanting to maybe hit more of them, but why change a winning tactic?
Yeah, I agree, and I think one of them's got to take control of that. But they did fight over that little bit of high ball in the middle. Nothing major, just could be something little to pay attention to. Right now, game 2 in the favor of Team India. 5-0 is what it looks like.
Kim and Leander definitely have to change something here. They're going to have to find something special to disrupt this Indian team because right now they are looking great. First rare miss there we've seen off that first volley by the Indian team. Is that what Kim and Ian needed? Can they get on the board here in this second game? No.
They're really struggling with these resets right now. They're either coming up short or they're lifting them up a little too high and they're getting hammered. They've got to figure out how to get that ball down into the kitchen soon.
No, that is not going to be good enough.
So here's what I know from the lengthy amount of time I've watched pickleball. At the higher levels, you really can't lob these guys unless you catch them in a compromising position. They're too good and too good at hitting those overheads. They anticipate really well. My point is, I feel like they're scrambling over there a little bit. They're looking
desperate.
Yeah, they're desperate. They're trying some things that they really shouldn't do because nothing else is working.
Oh, he's just so fast with that first step, though. I feel like maybe when he first started pickleball, people continually lobbed him because of his stature, and he's just worked so hard on that ability to not be lobbed ever again.
Yeah, you know, humans are stubborn, and I'm sure he still gets lobbed all the time, even though he's proven that he can hit a nasty overhead.
When we're getting to this position and these dink rallies, India is winning this 90% of the time. That ball just missed, but if we're getting up to all getting 4 players to the kitchen, India is winning this 9 times out of 10, I feel, right now.
Absolutely. Kim and Ian have to find some offensive power right now. They've got to dig deep, figure out a way to unlock some success on offense. It's only half the battle to get side outs. You've got to put points on the board to win.
Oh, off the line there. That made that ball really difficult.
Yeah, that was a good shot.
But at least they're putting some scoreboard pressure on here, Scott. They've got 2 points now. It was looking like there for a while. India may have ran away with their second game, but at least Kim and Leander have put up a fight here.
Actually, one of the strategies that I think they could employ is if Kim takes the third, he drives middle and let Leander come in and use his athleticism to clean up the next shot. That might be something they should explore.
Leander hasn't imposed himself on the match like he could, though. As you highlighted earlier, he's a fantastic athlete. I'd expect someone of his caliber to maybe hold middle a bit more and be a bit more aggressive with that volley, but to probably the quality of the Indians' feel around the net, maybe it just hasn't been sitting up high enough for him to do that a lot of the time.
Yeah, I'm noticing they're not making many adjustments from game 1 to game 2. Boy, I tell you, that's a good coverage from. All right, they ended up winning that point, but you know that was a good slice drop on the forehand side from Kim Ivor.
Yep.
Yeah, that was very good. Gurov quick enough to track it, but ultimately not winning that point.
With those legs, 2 steps and he was there.
Yeah.
Okay, we're back in this dinking exchange.
That's a nice attack, and of course Kim getting back to those come-ons. He lost that edge for a little bit, but he's getting it back quickly.
And I felt like the Indians were always on top of that exchange when all 4 players were up the front, but Kim and Leander starting to get on top of those.
It's not a great idea to lob from the baseline there. You know what? They're defending this pretty well here.
Oh.
I think, honestly, you just keep, at that point, you just keep throwing that lob up.
When you've done 6, keep going.
Why not 7? I mean, he tried to reset, which I respect that he tried to reset that, but it wasn't really quite the right opportunity yet. You have to kind of wait for a little bit of an awkward shot that they hit that you can reset. Some of this is just execution. I mean, Ian had the ball on his paddle right there for the smash, but he just missed it.
Kim making some noise up there now.
It's a tennis thing. It's really good, really good. You know what? We've seen him miss a couple of those forehand dinks in the last 3 or 4. I think they need to revisit that.
Yeah.
Leander's backhand to his forehand might be working.
Maybe a little bit nervous as well. Like, this is still a big occasion. You know, we're in a gold medal match here, final of advanced men's 4.0 and above. The finish line is in sight.
I really think they need to stay on that Kushop forehand.
Yeah.
Right there.
Oh,
all right, that's a good speed up. That's a good speed up.
A little bit of luck there with the net cord, but they're going to take it at this point in time.
Well, you know, you got to have a little bit of luck too. You know, you can be skilled, but luck is part of this game.
But you're right as Karshap's dink is sitting up off that forehand, and that's why Leander was able to speed that up there, and as you said, did create that luck.
Yeah, when somebody's struggling a little bit with something, you've got to go back to it. You got to make them really think about that shot. He did the old chest bump.
Yeah.
Come on, the stare down.
The other thing I'm thinking, Scott, here is behind our backs, we've actually got the sun setting. Now, when players are going to turn to their side with Gaurav and Karshap to hit their forehands, is that sunlight coming through? Are they starting to look into that sun?
Yeah, it could be a potential factor. I spoke about that the other day. Also, not right now as much of a factor, but sometimes when you lob and you look up into those lights or that ceiling up above, you can sometimes lose the ball. But I can tell you the Indian team, Kushap and Gaurav, did not seem to be bothered by any of those factors when they were hitting those 17 overheads earlier.
No, that wrist snap, especially from Karshap, was incredible.
Dude, you can now both of them hit good overheads, but you can tell a distinctive difference between Kashap's overhead and Gaurav's. I mean, Gaurav's is more smooth, and he makes sure he gets it in, where Kashap, I believe, is like snapping like a
badminton?
Like a badminton type shot.
Like have some badminton backgrounds.
They almost do this little hitch where they jump and hitch at
timing.
the same time, and then they lock and load and unload on the ball. So, all right, let's see if the team from Philippines can get something going here out of that timeout. Keep this momentum.
The Indians will be happy with that exchange. Leander on the left, I'm not sure is the play they want. I think Leander on the right. They're going to want Leander on the left. He's the player. He's more of the alpha up that end.
Interesting you picked up on that. I noticed they had him on the right. They're not stacking. They've got to figure out a way to get him back to the left side.
And there's that exposure right there. Kim just out of position on the left. All right, India looking to make a run here. Trying to put a stop to this momentum.
Well, this is a huge opportunity for Kim and Ian to stifle this momentum more and get the ball back. If they get 2 quick stops, they can reel this thing back in. I agree with you 100%. I don't think that the strategy is to have Leander on the right.
Yeah. If they're going to have Kim on the left, he's going to need to step up and move forward and not be a meter behind the MVZ.
He's got to be more assertive for sure.
Big come on there from Kim.
I do love the come on. Of course, Kashyap's like, okay, what in the world? We're up a game. Like, he was like, wow, okay, all right, that's how we're going to roll.
But we love to see it. He's still emotionally invested in this match, you know.
Yeah, you know what? It can get in their head sometimes.
Oh my goodness, that was filthy.
Gaurav just made Leander look silly on that one. It was already by him before he realized it.
My goodness, but how they defended the whole way, the Indian team there. Some amazing drops to get back in that point and to finish it with that. That was filthy.
It was those 2-meter arms you were talking about. Truly, though, that was impressive. And he does it with such fluid movement. You don't even realize it's getting on you like that until it's past you.
And they've opened up a 7-3 lead here now in the second game.
Incredible how fast this thing can get away from you.
Good return there into the backhands.
A little less of a come on, but still a come on. He's still fighting energy-wise and emotionally. They're invested. They're going to get the ball back down 4. It doesn't sound like a lot, but when you're playing a team like Gaurav and Kashyap, you have to find ways to get creative and make points happen. Right there is an easy.
And that's as a server, you love that. When an opponent misses a return, happy days.
Free gift.
Oh, and another gift.
Even, I don't know if you noticed, but Ken did the come on and stare down, and he gave a glance over to us to see if we were paying attention to it. I love it.
We're
I love it.
5-7-1. This is getting tight.
It's a good drop.
Oh.
Wow, that's so good. Just that little flick right there. Unbelievable.
We're going up again. They've got the drop. They're coming in. Point back to neutral. Like to see Kim up a little bit closer to the net here.
That's a really good shot.
Some off-pace volleys here. Slightly rolling them up at the shoulders has got them back into this game, and it is on.
Yeah, you know what? We talk about this so often, but the momentum swings, the ups and downs, the ebbs and flows of this game are incredible. It's what makes this game so addicting.
Yes, and Gaurav giving it back now. What a backhand volley cross court that was.
I'm telling you, he's very deceptive in his shots. He doesn't hit the same way that most people hit. He's got a little inside-out movement on his ball that's hard to read.
Finding the line there. That was a good put away.
You know, that was very close, though. I was tempted to say that he might have hit that out, but I think it did clip the line. But, man, he's playing with fire right there, hitting
And they
close.
needed to stop that momentum. Kim and Ian had everything there. They needed that ball back, and they've got it. What can they do with this?
I believe they got it back to 7-7 now.
Oh, and his Karshap's missed it long.
You know what, though? It's not that he just missed it long. He was actually trying to basically body bag Leander. But I noticed right away Leander moved to the side, immediately recognizing that ball was going to go out. High-level recognition on that. Those dinks are staying up from Kim, but Leander able to recover.
Yeah.
But it started with that lob again. They've got to stay away from that lob. Kushap is one of the best I've seen here.
Yeah, he gets up.
Hammering overheads. It's just not a good idea against these guys. I would have attacked that ball.
Can Kim hold his nerve? When it's got to this the last few times, he has sat the dink up.
That's another one that should have been attacked probably. They're staying patient, though, looking for the right ball.
Yeah, I think they're waiting for Kim to pop this up. Let's hope he can stay strong here.
He's stepping back off that line to let him bounce. He probably should be getting him out of the air. Like that. But nice defensive recovery from Leander.
Oh.
And unfortunately, somebody's got to mess up at the end of a point. And it happened to be Leander there. But, man, what a great dinking point right there. All right, Philippine team is toweling off for just a minute. Want to give a shout-out to Sue Brooks, who's watching, giving her own shout-out to the Aussie Brendan Lee. Oh, smooth third shot. That is something that they've got to go back to. I don't know how they haven't picked up on that. His forehand dink is a little sketchy right now.
Yeah.
It's not even that it's always sketchy probably, but right now he's sketchy with that forehand.
They've got the ball back. They need to pull it back here a bit. At least get 1 or 2 points on this side out.
I'm telling you right now, they have the wrong game plan. They're going cross-court with Gurav, who's the king of dinking, and they need to go back to the guy that just missed the dink on his forehand.
Gurav's looking the most comfortable out of all 4 players right now.
I mean, are you seeing it like I am? It's like they're missing the boat here. Look, he's going cross-court with Gurav when he needs to be getting the ball. They need to get the ball cross-court to the other guy right there and stay there.
And considering the angle they're getting on a lot of these dinks, I've been impressed they haven't actually set the team up for an ATP by going too wide on these dinks.
Agreed.
The measure has been fantastic.
This is what I want to see, though, the dinking to the forehand of Kashyap. All right, that worked.
When Kim has sped up that ball on Gurav, though, he has actually tagged him a few times.
Yeah, and at the least he's jamming him up.
Yes, and he's made him miss that volley. That is the play, I think, as well. We're at 8-7. 8-9, sorry, 8-9.
8-9, yeah, really, really big couple of points for the Philippine team. They're down a game and down a point. They do, though, however, have Ian on the left now. So my whole thing would be right there. Cross-court dinks, keeping that ball to the forehand. It's really good, actually. That's good execution from Leander, recognizing that he could flick that ball into the middle. All right, it's a tight one here in game 2. How do you think they close this out?
Gurav trying to actually calm Kashyap down, but I think Kashyap's getting a bit worked up. Gurav seems like the level-headed player here.
He really is. It's like he's, ice in the veins type guy. Like nothing really bothers him. He's always doing the come on, slow, like relax. We got this.
I feel like Gourav's going to actually make the difference in this game.
But that's why Gourav shouldn't even be seeing the ball right now. They should be dinking cross court to Kashyap's forehand, 100%. I don't think Gourav's missed it.
Oh my goodness,
That might
I
have been
called it too
commentator's
early.
curse.
Yes.
I was just about to say that he hasn't missed a dink.
I know, I could
forever.
hear that coming from your mic, and then he misses a dink.
Honestly, I didn't even get the words out. It's 10-9. It's 10-9. It's game point right here in game 2.
How Ian and Kim have turned this around. Just a few loose errors from the Indian team, but some inspiring play by Kim and
This
Ian.
is so fun. They were down 5-0 before they started making this run.
Ooh.
He had to hit that one. Nice reset,
That
though.
was so
They
tight.
got to get up. They're just sitting back at the baseline. Those are your opportunities to come in.
Uh-oh.
Well, at
Ooh,
least,
a conservative overhead.
yeah, but at least he did it to Gourav and not Kashyap. No, not Kashyap.
No, conservative as well. They're nervous up
Oh,
this
they're
end.
losing. They're losing right now. That's why. They don't want to mess it up. You don't want to play scared, though. You want to play go. They got to get in there. Oh, my gosh. What a
game
crazy
2.
point, Brendan, to finish that game 2 off. I have to say, that's very, very non-traditional play from Ian and Kim.
Not a point that you would generally see, but in this moment, Kashyap and Gourav have to play to win, not play to lose.
Yeah, you noticed that their overheads looked very different from when they were winning in game 1 and in control. What do you think that is? Is that a mental thing? Is that a mindset, like playing scared to not lose versus...
Yeah, 100%. They've been so strong overhead today. Like, they have not, I'm going to put the term, puddled an overhead back. They have been super aggressive, great wrist snap, and they really should have put one of those balls away and being more aggressive with it.
This is going a little deeper into the mental side of the game, but isn't it interesting when they're winning, they're crushing overheads. When they are down in game 2, 10-9, they're down 9-10, their mindset is thinking about the score. They're thinking, we can only give up 1 point, and if we do, we're going to lose. And so they play ultra conservative. I don't believe that's the way that you should play because you're good. Like, look at, ultimately they ended up losing that game 2 anyway. So why not go out the way you were swinging in game 1 to get the W?
100%.
So isn't there a lot to be said for that?
There is, and it's going to make for a very interesting game 3 out here. I cannot predict right now which way. I wish I was a fortune teller, but right now I cannot predict which way this game is going to go. Maybe Leander and Kim will run with the momentum. I still feel like Gourav and Kashyap have been the better team for majority of the match.
100%. They're cleaner. They're cleaner. But when the game gets tight, you see that when they're under pressure, they're not performing to the level that they really were in game 1. So I like Ian on the left, like you were saying. Let's see if they stack or if they just stay regular. Most likely they'll stay regular. There's that sneaky forehand creeping in again.
Yeah. Gourav definitely has to take control of his end. Kashyap's definitely looking a little tired right now.
No, he's looking tight and tired, right? Yeah, he's looking very tight. I just think I don't know if they even know how to stack. Maybe that's not something they know how to do, but putting Leander on the left is going to be key for them.
So a pretty messy start to game 3 here. Some really loose errors early on.
The errors from game 2 have creeped back in early in game 3 here.
Great hands there from Kashyap.
That's a great reset.
Good
That's
reset.
a high-level reset. No need to overextend on that ball and hit it too hard. He just has to put that ball down at the feet of his opponents.
He had Gourav out of position there. Gourav was well into the middle of the court. A simple roll up the line would have sufficed.
So hard in the moments.
It is. We've got the easy seats here, mate.
It's easy for us. You know I'm batting 1,000 from the sideline.
All right, big gamesmanship there by Kim, actually rolling the ball over to the side of the court.
Yeah, you noticed that?
Yeah.
He's done that a couple of times in the past. That's the shot right there.
Long. Kashyap getting in their faces.
That ball was out?
That was long.
Okay. It's hard for me to see it. I don't have my glasses on, but it looked like it was long, but I couldn't tell.
Ooh,
That middle ball is a good ball.
long as well.
That's the second one that I can remember that he's missed long on that easy forehand. But it's because of his stroke. He's big on that stroke. You know, he has long arms, so he's kind of a whipping motion. He's not very compact.
What we also saw halfway through that point was the miscommunication, and we haven't seen that from them today. So just a sign of nerves here. Let's hope they can really settle into this game 3 and produce some quality pickleball. And right now, we're setting ourselves up for a great point.
Gurov and Kasha playing much better now after a slow start in game 3.
Some great athleticism by Leander. Well done.
I do like that inside-in forehand attack.
He loves it. It's always nice when the ball's going out, but you hit it for a winner. It's like you should get 2 points for that.
You should get at least another half point, if not 2 points. That's incredible, his little antics afterwards. It can rattle the other team. It really can. Yeah, the sun now creeping in just slightly on the court. Not sure if it'll play a factor at all. That's an attackable ball, I believe. It's interesting which one he chose to. Oh, Leander actually got that ball, and then it hit the backside of Kim's paddle. So he blocked his own partner's shot on accident, of course.
Quality picking up right now in this game 3, and there is the overhead that we've seen all but one of the points today.
If you looked up massive overhead in the dictionary, I'm pretty sure it's got Kashap's massive overhead right there with the picture. You just don't want to lob to him.
Kashap is 5'2", 5'1",
but
with his legs, he's like 6'6" when he gets off the ground.
Straight up, he can jump.
Incredible.
Right, the Indian fans getting in the point a little bit to try to get back at Kim for his little antics he's pulling. So,
and a timeout called here.
What do you think about that timeout right there? Good?
I think it is good. I think the Indian, as you said, the Indian team getting involved from the sideline, so a good way to not just slow down the play on the court, but also slow down the momentum on the sidelines. It's tight here early on. I think both teams have they started a little bit slow in this game 3, but the energy has definitely picked up. They're playing to win almost, not playing to lose. We saw that in the second game where Harshap and Gurav at the end of that second game were playing not to lose, and that's not the mentality you want to go with.
Yeah, I agree, and you're spot on with that assessment. Of course, it's a tight game 3 right now, but as this game gets closer to the finish line, you're going to see one of the teams bow up and finish, and you're going to see another team not finish the game. And that's going to be the difference, I believe. I think this is going to be a tight game down to the wire. Just the feel of this game, it's been going back and forth. But we're going to see which team tightens up and which team plays loose.
And the thing is, all 4 of these players have an X factor. They're all very different with their intricacies, but I feel like any one of them could actually be the difference in this match.
I agree. Nice touch, but that might be the wrong guy to do it to. Wow, Gurov going for the home run swing. So, in your opinion, he's got that big looping swing. Should he tighten that up and just punch it?
Yeah, he had his opponent's back. Maybe just one more volley to keep them, push them back a little bit more would have been fantastic. But he's got a split second to decide what he's going to do there. And another backhand miss volley. And Kim in their faces right now. He is a big personality.
Yeah, he really is. Now that's 2 unforced errors on the paddles of Kashap and Gurov. Nice recovery.
What a great get by Leander.
That's the athleticism. Bad idea to lob Kashap. But sometimes it works.
just leaning too much for that volley. He was too far away from it. He ended up being on one leg. Maybe it's a sign of fatigue, maybe it's a sign of nerves that he wasn't moving his feet enough, but he needs to get in behind that ball more.
That missed time just a bit. It almost hit Leander in the top of the head, but luckily he ducked out of the way. That would have been a fastball in the corner pocket right there.
I am so surprised that the Indian team have now missed 2 overheads in the last 4 points. They've been so strong there all over this match. And I'm also surprised that Kim and Leander keep going back to the lob.
Yeah, they're loving the lob right now.
Okay, just a little lull here in this match. A couple of overheads missed, a couple of drops missed.
They've got to tighten up. This is game 3 of a finals. You cannot just give away free missed shots and give the ball back to the other team.
And we're all tied up here at 4-all.
Just some missed opportunities by both teams. I mean, these are balls that should get put away, and they're just fighting
9
against
times out
themselves.
of 10, these guys make these balls, but it's definitely the occasion. Great reset there by Gaurav to keep his team in that point. This is what you want to see, Scott, that
Yes,
dinking
I
rally
wish they would do
cross-court,
this a
Leander
lot
versus
more.
Kashyap.
There it is.
Oh.
Listen, I'm not saying that they should just go there every single time, but when they have gone there, they've had success. And that's what I'm saying is, like, you got to go back to the well. You know, what's working is what you have to stay with. He's thinking about that forehand dink right now.
Oh.
Wow.
A great catch
that
there
was
by
really
Kashyap,
good.
but we're not playing cricket.
Did you see the antics from Kim after he body bagged Kashyap? He's not here to make any friends either, is he?
No way. But what we saw early on this match, when Kim got Kashyap wound up, Kashyap brought the fire back to Kim. Okay.
Another missed shot.
Okay, Leander has been fairly quiet this whole match. I felt like Leander's almost been the one sitting back, but right now in this last 5 minutes,
he's stepping up.
He's doing some incredible resets and pulling the trigger at appropriate times. Leander definitely the difference right now, and that's why his team is up 6-4 at this change of ends.
Can you feel the intensity in the air right now? Like, I can just feel it. It's like the tension could be cut with a knife.
Look, the points have been on Gaurav and Kashyap's paddles. Like, they are the team that has missed the most high balls, the most putaways in this third set. It's unforced errors that are costing them. I think they've set up their points beautifully, but when pushes come to shove, they've actually missed the putaway. If they can rein that in, I still believe that they are going to win this game, but they're going to have to rein it in.
Yeah, I've seen this trend with the teams from India at times. They miss a ball, and it's almost like they get focused, hyper-focused on that miss instead of shedding that missed error, the error, and moving forward. They kind of get hung up a little bit for a few points. Hopefully this in change will get them back on track. They're going back to this lob.
Oh, big forehand drive there by Kim.
But defended well. Leander wants that one back. He had it teed up for a winner, but you got to execute. Both teams missing some unconventional shots.
What I also didn't like then is how Kim looked at Leander actually after he missed that shot as a partner. Like, I know they're up in this game, but you still have to be supportive. And all right, an out call there by the Indian team, but the linesman calling it in. Kim getting the crowd going after that. That ball, just to clarify, that ball was well in. It was inside the line up this end. So it was a great call by the linesman to overrule that call.
Yeah, really glad we have the linesman here.
Kim not appreciating that out call either. He got the crowd going after that.
Yeah, you got to love his energy. A bit high, but they can reset off of that. Because Kushop and Gurov have missed a few shots that they traditionally wouldn't miss, they're playing a little more tight and conservative, like you were saying. A good finish overhead there from Gurov, but they've got to loosen up and play like they did in game one.
A good drop. 4 players are in. Uh-oh. Great reset there. And Kim just missed hitting that off the edge of his paddle. We're at 5-7-1. Okay, Gurov looking strong again. Hopefully it's not commentator's curse, but...
Gurov and his partner Kushop have been missing some of these exchanges by just a hair. It's creeping back into their mind. They're getting tight. I can see it.
Oh, that serve must have just dropped in.
Yeah, I believe it did. Oh, nice touch right there.
Gurov will get that. Gurov will get that.
Gurov's undefeated on that.
Yes, what a point. How Gurov can chase that down and control that ball.
It's incredible.
3 steps and he's from well behind the baseline to on the net.
It's incredible. And the soft touch to put it back in the kitchen so it wouldn't get attacked. Just finite dinking. He's really pushing Leander out there wide.
Yeah, I thought that was almost an ATP opportunity there. It looked like it from my angle.
You know, it did to me too, but it's funny because he's not looking
What a point.
He's not looking for the ATPs.
Kim did not. Leander was a meter off the court and Kim stayed home. Kim needs to move across, cover middle there.
I was just thinking he needs to slide a little more too. You're absolutely correct.
All right, we are all tied up in this 3rd and final game of this advanced men's doubles 4.0 final. Oh.
Well, I can tell you the reason he missed that one. He was backing up to let it bounce, and then he realized, oh, I can attack that. And then by the time he went to attack it, it was too low.
Look, I'm impressed with Gurov here. Gurov has got them back in their second game. I feel like he's been the difference to bring this game back to 7-all from 4-7 down.
Yeah, look, Kushop is great of a player as he is, and he's a phenomenal player. He gets a little tight during the close matches. You can feel it.
It's a great slice return.
I'm liking that 3rd shot lob from Leander right now. He's got it down better now.
Look, Gurov taking a lot of those middle balls now that Karshap was actually going for previously. I like this play.
But again, I don't know why they keep hitting to Gurov when they're dinking. He's rarely missed a dink in this whole 3-setter. You've got to go where the ball has been mishit a lot.
There's the lob again.
Yeah, he's liking that 3rd shot and 5th shot lob. That's not the guy to do it to, though.
No, see those hops on Karshap. He got an 8 foot up then.
But why? Why even give him the chance to do that? To me, it makes no sense. That guy smashed every single one of the overheads for a winner.
Okay, they've got the ball back. They kept Leander and Kim scoreless there on that side out.
Oh, nice reset.
Good
perfect. Discipline from Leander.
Kim's a long way back there.
This is what we want. You want the cross-court dinking. Team India looking strong down the stretch here.
I felt this the whole match. I felt if they could just tighten things up here. They're making some loose errors early in this 3rd, but they've tightened the reins and they have taken the lead here in the 3rd now.
You're going to watch Kashyap loosen up a little bit and play really well if they start to get the lead here.
Yeah, what a great eye there from Kim to place that ball in behind Karshap. All 4 players are in. Good reset.
Great blocking. Great blocking. And again, not the time to attack. That ball's below the net. He's backing away from the line. It's not a good decision to do that in that moment. Even if he gets that ball over, the ball's going to come back extremely fast. I believe it's 9-7.
9-7 on 2.
Yeah, really good.
Again.
Jammed him up on the left hip.
Kim has got him a lot today on that ball.
You know, not everybody's got that shot. He pulls the trigger from his waist, and he rolls it straight into the body of Gaurav or whoever happens to be on the other side.
It's impressive from Kim because the Indian team had a lot of momentum going into that point. 7-9 on 1.
Here we go. Oh, that's a great job picking that ball up on an awkward shot.
Karshap happy with himself on that one.
Yeah, and I'm just not liking the decision-making right now from Ian and Kim. They're just not making good, sound decisions at the moment down the stretch.
Gaurav taking that middle ball. Leander has let it slip here in the last 3 minutes. I think at the change of ends, we had said he was the better player for the last 5 minutes before the change of ends. And
that's correct. I also don't like him on the right. I don't think he's as confident playing on the right side. He needs to be in his comfort zone right now. You want your best player on paper to be in their comfort zone. Right now, though, Kim has proven that he's the better of the two down the stretch. He's feeling it a little bit more. But, again, Leander is a guy who can be a difference maker. But I just don't think he's as comfortable on the right side. That's just my opinion.
So Gaurav and Karshap now 2 points away from taking this title in an epic Game 3. Or an epic match, really.
This is an epic match for sure. And, you know, you love to see these kind of finals come down to the wire at the end. I'm curious right now, out of this timeout, who's going to win this point? Because if Karshap and Gaurav win, they're at match point. If Kim and Leander get the stop, it could change some momentum in this game. So, you know, a couple quick stops and getting the ball back could be a difference in this game, or it could be a dagger if they don't.
Here we go.
I just don't like this matchup. I think Gaurav is much smoother and more comfortable.
Again, that play again when Kim is speeding up that ball.
He needs to do that every chance he can. That's an incredible attack from Kim.
It's getting obvious now. Gaurav has to take a step to his right so he can get a swing at that forehand volley when Kim does speed it up.
Could not agree more. It's a tough shot, though, because to defend because he's jamming him up on his left hip, which happens to be his forehand side. So it's a little bit of an awkward shot. So your adjustment is spot on. I mean, he's got to make some type of change.
All right, they got a good side out there and kept the Indians scoreless. We're at 7-9-1.
Oh, he should have let that one go.
Wow. I think just taking his eyes off the ball there.
Wow,
pulling his head down very quickly.
Karshap not even knowing what to think about that as he was going to hammer it.
Yeah. I think he's a bit in shock that he actually nearly whiffed that ball.
I agree. I was shocked as well. Now, this could be a difference maker right here. 8-9, if they get tied up, it could cause the team from India to tighten up. I'm just not a big fan of these lobs, but
here he comes with a big drive when we're all tied up here at 9-9-1. What a comeback here by Leander and Kim. And Kim is up and about, baby.
He loves to give the old stare down to the team and the old come-ons. What do you think? Good timeout here at 9-9?
They had to call it. They were kept scoreless after the previous timeout called by Leander and Kim, the Indians were, and then 2 quick points on the board by Leander and Kim.
I'm really hoping. I'm really hoping that that they can reel this back in because it's 9-9. It's getting tight.
All right, we're coming back in from the timeout. We're all tied up here at 9-9-1 in the third. Good block volley there. There's the speed up.
He's on to something now.
Okay, but Gaurav did actually take a little step to his right there.
Well, they probably told him that.
I hope someone told him that.
Because he did adjust, like you said. So I think the team said, look, you're getting jammed up. You need to slide to your right a little bit. Or he just instinctually did it.
All right, here we are. Match point 10-9-2.
Oh, my gosh. This is the same exact way Game 2 unfolded. They're yelling from the sideline, focus, focus, but it's really not a focus thing. It's a nervous thing. They're getting tight. Nice reset back into the kitchen, but they got to get up after those. They're just staying.
Oh, what a great backhand volley by Gaurav, because he has actually missed that exact shot a few times in this third. So that took real guts for him to actually accelerate through that volley. I'm impressed.
Incredible, and they got the ball back now. They're down a point, though, and to be honest, this is the exact situation that they had in front of them at 9-10 in Game 2. So they tightened up and did not execute. Let's see if they can do something different here. I don't like the lob either from them, but they're defending.
What great defense by Gaurav at Leander. Super aggressive there.
Loved the defense, but at the end of the day,
he just couldn't get it down, I don't think.
Yeah, but why even start the point off like that? They're playing scramble defense after he lobbed that first
Very quick
one.
point start to that second point there. No, didn't even think about it. Didn't hesitate, just served that ball in.
No. Yeah, that ball was good. It was good.
I have a bit of a concern here, though. That could have been a very good ATP if it wasn't for that net crank.
Oh yeah,
that's what it hit.
Yeah, I think he would have gotten it actually. It cannot hit that and be live, but
yeah. This is hard. That serve was out. You don't think so?
Hard, man. I don't know. I think he should not be focused on calling it in or out and just play. He's got a line judge.
And they've done it. Kim moving forward onto that volley.
That was good. He's saying that was good. I don't know.
I didn't see it. I saw Kim moving.
Honestly, that's tough. But my concern with what happened is that Kashyap was worried about calling it in or out, and he should have been worried about just hitting the return and getting up to the kitchen. You have a line judge. That's what they're there for. And I got to tell you, I'm not disappointed in the ending of that, but it shouldn't have gone down that way. He should have been ready to play and not worried about calling it in or out. He was actually screaming at the ref to say it was out the whole time he was running up to the kitchen. A little disappointing on the finish of that. I don't know. It's just
congratulations to Leander and Kim. They played a terrific match there, though. What heart they really showed. Kim was terrific in the end. I just think the Indian team got a little bit nervous towards the back end of that second game, and that was the difference. But full credit to Leander and Kim, a terrific result. Congratulations to them, our 4.0 advanced men's champions here at the World Pickleball Championships.
Well, at the end of the day, Kashyap and Gaurav had opportunities to make their move in Game 2 and Game 3, and they did not execute. So congratulations, like you said, to the team from Philippines. They played well. All right, guys, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the women's semifinals. 2 matches there and 1 more after that. Maybe we'll squeeze in a third place game if we have time. Stay tuned. We'll be back after this.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to center stage here at the World Pickleball Championship. I've still got my good friend Brendan Lee to my right. Brendan, what a finish to that men's doubles advanced division. I'm still on pins and needles there.
I had no idea which way that match was going to go. That third game, it was up, it was down, it was up again. And in the end, Kim and Leander, just a few less errors, a little bit stronger, and they came away with a win. And what a great win it was for them. And they were so excited about it, and I'm so happy for them.
Yeah, it's a big win for them. The Indian teams always come to play. It was down to the wire, and a big, congratulations to them. But let's shift gears. We're now on to the semifinals of the women's open division, and you've got Snehal Patil and Rusali Takari taking on Penny Lee and Varsha Majmudar.
Yeah, this is a great match. This is a great match. Both teams have shown that they can play together. Both teams have shown that they can play together. And I think Now, this is a first to 15 game. The semi-finals are first to 15, a sudden death point, if you will, at 14-14, if it gets that far.
Elaborate on sudden death for anybody that's maybe new and doesn't understand that term.
So if both teams get to 14, you must win the point on your serve and get to 15 first to win the match.
And how is that different from regular play?
So generally in pickleball, you do have to win by 2 points. So you do have to, so if it got to 14-14, you would have to get to 16-14 before you won the match. But at this tournament, at the World Pickleball Championships, it is a sudden death point at 14-14. This match, I am very excited about. We have got, if you will, youth versus experience.
I could not have described that any better. You are a magician with words. That is spot on.
And we have 2 amazing singles players in Snehal and Vrishali, and 2 amazing players all round with Penny and Varsha. And I've watched a bit of Penny and Varsha yesterday in the over 50s advance, and I believe they actually won that event. They do the basics very well. They are going to have a fantastic soft game out here. They are going to wait for balls to sit up, and then they're going to punish the Indian team. But what the Indian team have is a lot of power. Great exchange and a great put away there in the end by Vrishali. If you haven't seen Penny Lee play before, I suggest you watch this match. She is so damn clever.
She's not only clever, she's powerful at the kitchen line. She's got a lot of zip and power off that paddle. But yeah, clever is a great way to describe Penny Lee.
They're out to a very quick 3-0 lead here.
I would not be surprised if Penny Lee and her partner take down Team India, but Team India has lots of experience in these big games. They are no stranger to playing at a big stage here at the World Pickleball Championship, and also competed well at the Asia Pickleball Open.
Right now, Penny and Varsha, just hit it at me hard. That's what they're saying. Yeah, girls, just hit it at me. I'll just block it back. I can do this all day.
She literally is a backboard over there. There's Team India starting a little sluggish here.
Yeah.
They've been maybe sitting a little while. Sometimes it takes teams a little bit to get going. I love the discussion about do they need to call a timeout. Brendan, when you're playing with, say, Martin Clark or even myself, do you have a discussion with your teammate, or do you just call a timeout when you feel that?
Yeah, look, it definitely has to be a decision between them. It's a big decision to call a timeout. You only get so many per game. So I think the decision has to be based on what both of you are feeling. But I think generally if you call a timeout with a partner, it's because you're telling yourself, your partner knows you're not feeling it. So maybe they're generally just going to go along with you. But this is a good timeout. This is a fast start from Penny and Varsha. They're already up 4-0. First server. They're running away with this already, and we're only 3 minutes in.
Yeah, we're not very far into this match, and you alluded to the fact that they're out to an early start, but just like we talked about earlier, momentum swings many times in these games, so I would not expect Team India to go anywhere anytime soon. Boy, they're just a little flat coming out, though. No doubt about it.
Those drops from Penny weren't great. They were quite high, but at the same time, she was prepared, her and Varsha were prepared to stay back. Hit it at me hard. Okay, Varsha's missed that drive.
I just wonder if these moments are getting big for the Indian teams. They just seem to play a little tight during these bigger matches. Hopefully they'll loosen up and start to relax a little bit here.
But we are seeing some balls missed that we haven't generally seen from the Indian players at all, both in that men's doubles match previously and now in this match. And this is the battle that I feel Pinny and Varsha want, and that is a great rolling volley.
I mean, can you draw a point up any better than that? The nice touch drops into the kitchen, then the ball gets lifted a little bit, and Pinny makes a nice shot inside the line. She's very composed. She's ready for the big moment.
Great control on the dinking by all 4 players. Great get by Varsha. Oh, just one too many though. All right. The Indians have got the ball back. It is a side out. It is 0-7 on 1.
Incredible run. The defense.
Oh, and a little bit of luck, but a great point from the Indian team to get their first point on the board.
And Versali's like, let's go, let's go, let's turn it up right now. We've been behind a little. She's definitely the general on the court.
Yeah, she is the alpha on this team. Great rolling volley there by Varsha to get it in behind Snehal. Snehal is 100 times more comfortable on a singles court. She actually likes running onto a ball, but when balls are coming onto her, she's not quite as comfortable.
I love the offensive attacks from Pinny.
Oh, 2 net call winners.
It's another one.
To get their 2 points on the board.
Look, Versali's like, look, line back up, let's go. We're going to use that right there. Let's use that. I love her commanding presence. I mean, she's definitely somebody who can get the team fired back up and back into this game.
Oh, and a third.
Come on, Brendan. They need to stop and go play the lottery right now.
Wow. And Pinny and Varsha just need to shake this off. They've had a fast start. They've still got a 4-point lead here. They're well in command. Just get the ball back. Great hands by Vrishali. Oh, she's definitely the alpha on this end. I think she's definitely the leader. Snehal, probably the better player in a singles court, but Vrishali looks like she's got more ability to construct a point on a doubles court.
Nice touch.
There it is. Yeah.
Do you see the come on?
Yep.
Come on. She's looking right into her eyes intently.
Yep.
Come on, let's go. Let's go.
Good. And the last few points, Varsha has actually been on the left, and I much prefer Pinny on the left.
Agreed. That's great defense. I thought that point was going to be over.
Oh, but look at Pinny Lee.
I love just like the stoic, like, come on, let's go. This is all day, every day for me.
I knew I was going to hit that there.
I meant to do that. I mean, really calming presence from Pinny Lee right there. You know, there's a lot to be said about what did you say, the wisdom versus the youth?
Yep.
You know, a lot of wisdom on the court with Pinny Lee out there. And
do you know what I find, though, with youth versus experience is the youth are always going to swing no matter what the situation, like whether the score is 12-0 or whether it's 12-12. And I think when you are a player with a bit more experience, those tight moments you can actually, or those moments that are a bit closer, you can actually start to tighten up a bit. So I'm interested to see here if the Indians can change the momentum here. Pinny and Varsha have a big lead, 8-3 in a very short amount of time here. I'm so impressed. I'm a big Pinny fan.
Yeah, me too. And this game is all about closing. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So,
no, that ball was well in. That was a great volley by Vrishali.
Pinny was a little uncertain if it was actually in or out. She was hoping for out. I'm impressed with Penny's partner as
Some
well.
miscommunication there.
Oh, see, little frustration from Penny Lee there, which in all right, maybe she shouldn't have barked at her partner, but
I don't
that
like
middle
it.
ball, I don't like it either, but that ball is her ball to take. But I agree, I don't like it.
I was like, play yourself then.
Don't worry, I won't be saying that stuff.
Like, Penny is well, I thought she was the alpha from this team, but so far Varsha has also proved very dominant.
Oh yeah, she's got some real power behind that Pro Kinetics paddle.
Not going for too much on these volleys. Patience. Oh, Charlie trying to impose herself, but that ball wasn't there to attack. That was below her knees.
No, yeah, and she hit high because she had to clear that net. Look at Penny Lee just on fire. She's stepping in with ultra confidence on that forehand volley swing.
So the way Penny Lee moves is exactly the way that Sarah Burr moves. If you notice their legs, their low body there with their paddle position.
I agree.
Oh, well dodged there by Varsha.
Varsha is cool as a cucumber. She just swoop out of the way. Nah, Penny Lee's not having it. She's not fooled by that attack down the line. You know, I hate to say this, but another good timeout there. But honestly, she telegraphed that ball. She dropped her head. She opened up her hips and her paddle face. And Penny Lee was like, nah. I got you. Not today. I got you.
So Vrishali looking very distraught. Snahal just looking very youthful, very relaxed with her body language.
Yeah, that's Snahal all the time. Whether she's getting critiqued or she's getting praised, she's pretty stoic in that emotion, which I believe is going to be a factor that helps her down the road as she matures and gets older.
This is a train wreck right now.
Yeah, it really is. And I wasn't expecting the game to be this much of a separation in score. I did feel like Penny and her partner would be confident in their ability to win this game. But, boy, right now it's just an absolute onslaught.
Great reset there in the transition zone from Varsha. Ooh, wasn't there. And when you get a big lead like this, do you start doing things differently?
I would say no, you shouldn't. But 90% of the people do.
You don't change a winning tactic. We haven't seen her attack a ball from down there, and already they're 4 points off winning, 3 points off winning this game.
I freaking love the team environment from Varsha and Penny. They work well together. They're very in sync with each other.
They definitely look like they've played some doubles together before.
Loving the drive.
Okay, can the...
Oh, my God. You know, I saw her step up into that, but I thought she was going to dink it still. She did not.
I'm like a deer in headlights right now.
She would have fooled me and you.
Where has she come from?
Holy moly, she is big time playing right now.
Oh my goodness.
Another one, and just a nice little fist bump. Not a Kim Ivor type fist bump, but definitely a good one. She's lighting up the court right now with her forehand.
Oh!
Okay, well, but let's talk about this. Earlier, Penny Lee snapped at Varsha for getting into the middle with her backhand. That time, Penny let it go, expecting Varsha to hit the backhand.
Yep.
You can't give mixed signals like that.
You can't have it both ways.
You cannot give it both ways.
Can't have your cake and eat it too.
If you're going to take the middle, take the middle. Oh, my God, such touch.
And Vrishali getting quite upset at Snahal.
Yeah, but Snahal got out of the way of a ball that was above her head.
Yeah.
I mean, it just had no pace.
Nothing she can do.
Look, she's an intense coach while she's playing. I don't agree with that philosophy. I think you should be supportive and upliftive. If you need to say something, call a timeout and do that. But definitely no need to keep coaching hardcore like that. Just pinning them down, keeping them back. I don't like that strategy.
Nope.
She didn't get enough.
But I like that.
You know what? Varsha's like, that was not the right shot. Let me fix this
Let me make
problem.
up for this error that you just could.
Let me
committed.
correct the issue right now. They've got to get that middle worked out. That is an unbelievable.
This match is as good as over in my eyes.
Commentators curse. Don't say it. Don't say it.
Done. Like an absolute dinner. They are into the final. I predicted this team earlier on to make the final.
Wow.
And wowee, did they put on a show there.
I actually would love to get an interview with him. Do you want to go do an
Let's
interview?
go.
All right,
Yep.
I'm going to let you do it because you've been filling this team since the beginning. We're going to do an interview with Penny Lee and Varsha right now. We're going to get Brendan Lee to go out there and do this interview. Just go.
This camera here. So Varsha, just jump over here for me.
Well done from Varsha and Penny.
Girls, what a fantastic semi-final. That was an onslaught. Is that how it played out in your mind prior to that match?
Yes.
Yes. Quite simply, yes?
Yeah, I think we thought they would play more aggressive, pickleball than us because we wanted to just control them. But I think it happened the other way around. Penny's down the lines were amazing. I got in a couple of, down the center winners, which was good.
So going into the match, Scott and I thought that the Indian team have a lot of power. You two had more in the end.
We only had firepower. They had the stroke power, but pickleball is not all about power. I thought we controlled them well.
You had all elements, your feel at the front of the court, but then your speed ups. I don't know how many times in the end that you threaded that through the middle. You were on fire.
She was on fire for the down the lines. I think we just work well together. We've been playing now for over a year together, which is good.
Fantastic, and it's showing. All right, you girls are into the final. Congratulations. I called it early on before the quarterfinals. I predicted you two to get through. I look forward to seeing you both on championship court soon.
Thank you, Brendan.
All right, guys. What a great interview from Brendan Lee. What a natural. I just told him, go out there and do your thing, buddy. All right, we're going to wrap up that semifinal, and we'll have another semifinal coming now in just a minute.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKenix. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKenix pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, guys, we're back again. My goodness, can we get any better games today? I mean, we have been seeing some really good matches, Brendan.
I am still dumbfounded almost. I don't know what word to use. I'm perplexed by what we just saw. That match was over in a flash. Penny and Varsha, an amazing team, amazing chemistry. And we have another fantastic semi-final coming up here. Our Golden Girls from Australia, Sarah Burr and Beck Kingsley, taking on the pair from Taiwan, I believe.
I think they're from Taiwan, yeah, and they're quite a team. But we're gonna find out if they can handle the firepower of the Aussie team, Beck and Sarah. They're waiting 1 minute here for the names to be called, for the names to be put into the scoreboard.
So the team we have is Yang Hin Seng and Zhou Yu Ko.
I'm going to let you say that.
Oh, a great block volley to start the match.
I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not sure which one she is in the black and green and white, but she has got a nasty overhead and very aggressive attack.
And the team from Taiwan, please correct us in the chat if they're not from Taiwan, but I'm pretty sure they are. I'm pretty certain.
I think they are. I don't know. We'll find out for sure, but I believe that's correct.
So they're number 3 and 4 in the Open Women's Singles yesterday. So very credentialed, very established players. This should be a fantastic match here, and the Australians have the ball back. That's a good start out. Only kept them in 1 there.
Pretty aggressive dink.
Sarah Burr not hesitating there at all to move forward onto that. I think she thought Beck was initially going to move,
And
but
Beck didn't. And
Beck didn't, so Sarah's like, okay,
she closed it. Yeah, she closed it out nicely. She's really, really aggressive offensively, which puts a lot of pressure on the other team. And the one thing about Beck is she has a really powerful forehand and backhand drive. If it's on, it's deadly. If it's off a little bit, she's going to need to figure out a way to switch it up a little and maybe hit some drops.
And the power from that end, I believe it is Yang Sin Seng, is incredible. She's a lefty. She has got huge power. She takes a big cut at the ball.
There was no getting that ball back. I'm liking the movement from this team over here, but unfortunately they could never get the ball back down into the kitchen. That's the great neutralizer in pickleball, is that light blue kitchen area. If you can get it down into there, you can reset anything.
Great placement there.
She's fired up. She's not quite as exaggerative as Kim Ivor, but she's got it going pretty early
she's got
here.
some Kim vibes though, doesn't she?
She does bring the Kim vibes. There's
All right.
another attack into the net. They're firing off on those drives, and maybe they should potentially look at blocking those instead of attacking.
And in a first to 15 game, Scott, it only takes 15 of them and a little bit of luck.
Yeah, not much she could do on that one. Of course, Beck is one of the quicker players in the bracket. She's quick on her feet, but that ball bouncing back towards the net, unfortunately.
Okay, they've got the ball back here, 1-4-on-1. I'm expecting the girls to put a few points on the board here, apply a bit of scoreboard pressure.
So unlike the match before where Penny Lee and Varsha just took off and never looked back, I expect, yeah, that was a blast. I expect the team from Australia to bounce back and to push back a little bit more with some resistance.
Okay, a free point there. Interesting, she's continental sliced every single one of these returns.
Definitely interesting. That
Serve
serve a
goes
little
on.
deep.
But
Now, let's see how they handle the spin serve. They haven't seen it much
no.
yet in this game.
Yeah, and I don't think Jo Yuko has actually played Sarah before. Handled it quite nicely.
Yeah, she looks a lot more confident with her strokes.
Great get there by Beck. Oh,
You know what? That was just a good shot, honestly.
Sarah and Beck looking a little bit rattled at the moment, but they're such seasoned contenders, you know, like so much experience. They'll just hang tight here. They'll weather this storm. I think it is just a storm.
Well, they're definitely used to being in these bigger matches. However, there is sometimes a target on your back when you're the team that won the last international tournament in the Women's Open. So these teams are going to be gunning for them, and they need to be really sharp in every one of these matches to ensure that they get back to the finals.
And if you're the team from Taiwan, do you keep taking risks like that?
I think so. I think you got to go for broke.
You're going to play to win it.
You're playing the defending champs from the Asia Pickleball Open. I think you do.
Okay, and these are the points that Sarah and Beck want. The Taiwanese girls have definitely handled the pace well early on. Maybe it's the dink rally that Sarah and Beck really want to engage.
Yeah.
Because we talk about Sarah and Beck's ability to overpower opponents, but if need be, they do have plan B, which is patience.
Yeah, they can definitely dink. And, you know, I like what Beck Kingsley was doing there. She was resetting, getting the ball up and over, and then she chose to speed up that last ball. She maybe should have been patient one more to get herself in there. Great defense right there. Sarah running a little bit she ran out of room essentially. I believe she gets that easily if there wasn't that netting there, because she would have had 3 or 4 more feet, but great hustle either way.
So we're at 5-4-1 here in this first to 15 semi-final.
Not a great idea. Not a great idea at all. I mean, look, I guess every once in a while I'll throw a lob up, but
Sarah Burr has got hops. She can get off the ground.
She can jump. She's athletic. I mean, both of these players on Team Australia are going to be super athletic. Not a great idea.
Beck just letting that one drop a little bit low. She had the ability to take that a little bit higher, and she chose to let it drop.
Yeah, she likes to attack these balls, and she's doing a good job for the most part, but sometimes they're not actually attackable once you get them below the net.
Great return there, good depth, and into the backhand as well.
4-6.
Nice balanced matchup here too, a lefty and a righty on both teams. Yes. A good play there, set up by Sarah Burr, moving across in front of Beck to take that dink, just making probably Beck feel a little bit more comfortable as well.
Yeah.
Beck just needs to settle in here, and I think she will. We're all tied up here, 6-6 on 2, I believe. Okay. A few softer points here, Scott. A few softer points from the Aussie girls, engaging that dink exchange. All right, 6-7 on 1. And they love that play. Beck pulling her opponent wide with that backhand dink. Her opponent sitting up just a little bit too high, and Sarah pouncing on that forehand volley down middle. All right, they're coming alive.
Yeah, they're really starting to pick it up, and we knew they would. They are not going to just go away. I mean, you're going to have to fight scratch and claw to win every single point against them, especially once they catch fire like this. They're going to be dangerous. Beck's got to lay off that third just a little. She's a bit aggressive, and they're not going in right now, so she needs to switch things up just a bit. A good break there for Beck as she left that ball up just a tad.
So I believe we're changing ends. We're at 8-6.
8-6. So remember, this is a game to 15, so they switch at 8, but next round is going to be 2 out of 3 for the women's finals. So that's the reward for winning the last round before the finals. Excellent play from both sides. Obviously, Sarah Burr and Beck Kingsley started a little slow, but have since then picked things up quite a bit and have taken the lead. Coming into the second half, what does the other team in Young Sin Seng and Zhao Yu Ko need to do?
Look, they have to grab this match by the horns. I think they know they're the underdogs. They're playing the Asia Pickleball Championship champions, and you're in a first of 15 game.
I will say, even though you weren't at the Asia Pickleball Open, you might have watched it, but at that last tournament, they blew through every team, including in the finals. They're getting a lot more resistance here in the semifinals of this match. They can feel it.
Great reset there to stay in that point. That was a good attack by the Taiwanese girls. And you do not want to sit that ball up down the middle to Sarah Burr's forehand.
Agreed.
They're going to want to get that ball low. Good backup there. Oh.
Wow, she had the chance to recover
Yeah.
off of that and couldn't put it away. Dumps it in the net.
Oh, Sarah nearly resetting that ball from behind her.
From my perspective, because I've got the table and everything here, I thought she got it in for a second. I couldn't tell, but you saw it just
Definitely
wide.
just a little bit wide there. Oh.
Beck with a second missed serve. One in the first half of this game, now creeping in on the second half.
So Beck does have an aggressive serve, and she does get a lot of free points off it. She's only missing by a few inches, but it is the risk that you take.
Do you think if you've missed 2 in a semifinals, do you tone it down or do you continue to push with that aggressive serve?
I think for Beck, she's more comfortable when she is hitting hard. I think if she tries to slow things down, it's not her style of game. I think she can slow it down with maybe a backhand slice, but on her serve and her forehand especially, she needs to stay aggressive. Sarah probably should have let that ball fly.
Sarah definitely saved it, and it did bite them in the end. But in her defense, her forehand is sitting right there in the middle. Had she been a right-handed player and that was her backhand, she likely wouldn't have even got a paddle on that.
A great aggressive serve there by Joy.
Yeah, just inside the line.
Oh,
there's another one, but
gets away with it.
Well, you know, that ball should go out probably, but because this is a Franklin ball and we're playing inside with no wind, that ball dips in.
Okay. Another missed serve here by the Aussies.
Crazy. There's a drop. We're starting to see a different strategy unfold.
Yep.
Why lob? I just, I mean, look, it's not me out there playing, but you've got 2 really athletic tennis players from their former background in racket sports. You should not give them an overhead. I'm telling you, it's a bad idea.
And not down the middle, maybe lob down the line over their backhand side shoulder, perhaps.
Possibly, which is a harder shot, by the way.
But down the middle, I don't think that's going to get them many free points. But we thought that in the advanced men's doubles final with the Indians, because their overheads were crazy. In the end, the lobs worked.
It's not a good idea to lift that ball up. I mean,
I don't think you're going to win many of those hands battles against Sarah.
Especially when you're lifting it up high, so now she gets to hit down on the trajectory. If you're going to hit that exchange with her, you've got to at least go 50-50, belly button to belly button. I do like the forehand roll through the middle. However, Beck's forehand sitting there waiting on it.
Beck was waiting.
She's got a bit more power off of that forehand. It's crazy this game is 8-7 right now.
Oh.
Okay, so the counter to the shake and bake is that shot right there.
Getting
down at the feet. Yes.
Or in behind.
Correct. Yeah, that would be the other adjustment, is going behind her, but
yeah, that return was
the immense
not
power
where you want it to go. It went straight up, sitting mid-court. Becky's going to eat that for breakfast. They need to get depth on their returns to try and keep Beck and Sarah back, these girls. Okay, in these dink battles, Sarah and Beck have generally been on top of this. But a great little exchange here. Oh, in behind Beck.
yeah, that's a great point. She painted the line right there, got her moving. I mean, put her in a really compromising position, to be honest.
Okay.
A little returned friendly fire right there, right into the body of Beck Kingsley.
Taiwanese team showing they can also drive that ball hard.
They've got to execute if they want a chance to get back in this game and take the lead.
This is a tight moment, and yeah, they're the balls, Scott, that you need to be making. 8-10 on 2.
I mean, I don't know about you, but it wouldn't take me more than maybe twice to figure out I'm losing those exchanges. I probably shouldn't just attack cross court to the forehand of Sarah Burr. I mean, it's you just don't want to go into that trap. Now, that's a better attack. Why is that a better attack?
So she got it into Sarah's backhand first and foremost, and it was actually quite a difficult shot because it was actually very short in the court and close to the net. I don't think she meant to hit it there originally, but she's moving in onto her forehand volley, and it sits up a little high. She can attack that.
Yeah, and she hit straight across on the attack that time instead of cross court.
They've kept Sarah and Beck scoreless here on that side out, so we're at 8-10-1. This is a very interesting moment in this match.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those crucial points in the match. It could start to tilt either way. That's the third one that I've seen now on the missed third shot. You've got to get those third shots up and over, even if they're a little high.
Okay, now Joy Yuko has done some incredible dinking. I didn't know what to expect from her. Well, I haven't seen her play doubles, but she has some pace and some spin on her dinks. She's not just putting these dinks back in play. She is looking to be aggressive with these dinks.
Yeah, I noticed that on the first time on the other side in the beginning of the game. Wow. Wow. Sorry, we changed gears on that one. That was a really nice shot from Sarah Burr.
All right, serving at 10-9-1. Can the Aussies put a few more points on the board, create a bit more distance, but not if they put the ball up that high on the third?
Yeah, I mean, Beck's got to get that ball lower. It's going to get hammered. And there's another missed serve. As she was likely still thinking about the last shot that she missed, she needs to refocus every single rally.
And I think, Scott, going to what you said, I think she actually tried to take a bit of pace off that serve and put a bit more topspin on it.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we discussed earlier. It's like, do you take a little pace off and try to be conservative? What you said actually, I think, was the exact thing that you just saw play out is she took a little off and it ended up biting her.
Beck just needs to stick to her guns here. She has got a great repertoire of shots, whether it's the power game, whether it's the precision game, soft game, whatever it might be. She just needs to back herself in these moments. But this is a big moment, Scott. This is the semi-finals of the World Pickleball Championships here in Bali, and they're all playing, to make this grand final and to win this title.
If Zhou Yuko and Young Sin Sang decide to come out and go right back to Beck, who's had a couple errors here down the stretch, how can Sarah Burr try to get involved and implement herself into the stretch of this game?
I think Sarah can definitely immerse herself in this game a little bit more. I think she can hold middle. She's had a great deal of success. And I think if they actually go in behind Sarah, she's got a much better chance of resetting the point with her backhand dink. Okay, that'll help Beck relax. She'll be happy with that one.
That was great. And, coming out of that timeout, I said 7 out of 10 times you win the point. I don't know if that's actual factual information, but I do know that typically the team that calls the timeout wins that next point.
If you've got the stats on that, can you please send them through?
I sure will.
Okay, so I feel Sarah probably could have let that ball go again. Now, I think it's Young Sin Sang has a big cut at that swinging volley. It's got a lot of power behind it. She has leveled, or the Taiwanese team has leveled this game up at 10-10-2. Good side out there.
Yeah,
Another missed third though, Scott?
She's missed so many of those thirds trying to be so perfect with it. You don't have to be perfect on your thirds, guys.
Beck and Sarah have won most of these exchanges when all four players have been up.
A little net play there. Oh, great defensive hands and a reset. Getting back on point.
Oh, my
The attack
goodness.
was there, but she let it drop too far. She hesitated.
She hesitated.
You can't hesitate. You've got to pull the trigger early on that ball.
Ooh. So if you notice then, Sarah trying the spin serve, it didn't come out of her hand properly. So she knew she only had 10 seconds, so she decided to spin a serve or push a serve into the court.
She's got Beck on ice skates at the moment.
Beck loves a backhand dink rally, but so does Zhou Yuko. By the looks of things, Sarah looking to fake.
Oh,
Oh my goodness,
so good
what
from
a
Sarah
play.
Burr.
Did you see that strategy there?
that's how she can implement herself into
Yeah.
that game, sitting, like you said, hugging middle
Yeah.
with that forehand.
But you see how she created that. She actually moved off the court to an Ernie position and almost surprising Jo Yuko with, what are you doing?
Oh, she saved an out ball. It worked out, but
Got away with it, but that's
oh
very
boy,
fortunate.
if she doesn't win that point off of that, that's going to be frustrating.
All right,
But
12-10 on 2. The Aussies have put a little bit of scoreboard, a little bit of gap and distance on the scoreboard here.
yeah, so far the Aussies able to stay ahead of
Oh.
the curve. But she's put Beck on skates a couple times with that nice backhand
Yeah.
slice.
Right
Cut
now,
shot.
I wouldn't be engaging the dink battle with Jo Yuko. I would be going to Young Sin Sang.
Agreed. Young Sin Sang has been the one making a few more errors on the dinking, yet they find themselves in another dink rally. Beck
All right.
pulling a Kim Ivor, rolling that forehand inside line off the balance, but it did not go in her favor that time.
And we've got a strong Taiwanese support crew over here too, really egging their team on.
It's a nice transition reset there coming in. Love the attack, but Sarah's a wall. The attacks are there in a way, but she's so flat with where she's attacking. She's got to catch that and roll it.
Yeah.
You can't just attack every ball you see.
She stands up very tall as well. I'd like to see her use her legs a little bit more when she is.
Yeah, if she gets down just a bit, she would probably help her own cause there. And there's another example. She stood upright and then tried to roll that ball below the net. You cannot attack these balls when they're below the net like that. This is getting really interesting at 12-12.
This is going to be a nail biter.
This is where, yeah, that was out.
Yeah,
that was
definitely
out.
wide.
Yeah, that was out. Yeah.
All right. They've got the serve. We're all level at 12-12-1.
They're handling the spin serve much better than some of the teams did this morning. Oh, boy.
Oh, my goodness. That was a filthy roll.
It really was. And, you know, Sarah, kudos to her. She still got a paddle on it and almost got it to roll over the net, but really good position on the.
Great serve there by Beck. Can she back it up with a drive?
That's the shake and bake. Beck able to cover. My goodness. That's a nice roll. Oh my God, what are we looking at right now?
Oh, what
Are
a
you
terrible way
kidding
to
me
end
right
that point,
now?
but what
Are
a
you
great
kidding me?
point by all four players. My
What did we just
goodness.
witness?
There was some seriously incredible gets by both teams.
I thought they won that point at least 3 or 4 times. That could be a dagger. Nice reset there.
Beck hasn't come out on top of many of these rallies. I'd like to see a dink line here.
She's holding her own very well, though, but those sharp dinks are not doing any favors. This is such a good match. And a rare miss from Sarah Burr. She's usually tight
100%.
with those
They
dinks.
were back up at the MVZ and almost up at the MVZ and back to neutral here.
She really trusts her shots a lot, and that one came up just a bit short. But 12-13.
A third shot drop there by Young Sin, which
that
hasn't
was
made
on
many,
point.
but that was a good one.
Oh, that's such a good shot behind Beck Kingsley, as all she could do is clap the paddle and say, good shot.
That was... No one knew where that ball was going except Young Sing Sang.
This is interesting now because it's 13-all. There's
And
another.
a third drop. 1 out of 5?
Yeah, that's plagued her a lot this game. And that could be
The difference right
the
here,
difference
right now.
in them winning or losing if she doesn't get that third shot under control.
Okay, Sarah and Beck not on their natural sides right here.
Yeah, interesting. Oh, great D. My goodness.
And a great point by Sarah and Beck to come out on top of that. They've got the ball back.
Oh,
We're at
Man, this is such a good game.
13-13-1.
Such a good game here, guys. See, I would have attacked that. I would have attacked that out of the air.
Lightning does not strike twice. She tried to thread that one up the line on Sarah. No such luck.
No, and the mistake was she backed off the line to let it bounce. She should have leaned into it and attacked it out of the air.
Okay, we are at match points.
Yep, 14-13, and there it
They're
is.
through.
Back.
That was tough.
Yeah, that was an extremely close match. You know, the resistance from Zhou Yuko and Young Sin Sheng was immense. But in the end, the missed thirds, the missed opportunities to put the ball away, bit them in the end. Sarah Burr, Beck Kingsley moving on to the finals. Scott Golden and Brendan Lee going to wrap up. But before we come back to the next finals, we're going to take an interview with Sarah and Beck.
Let's go. Well done, girls. Good game. Really good. We good, Scott? Scott, we good? Scott? Scott? Are we good? Scott, are we good? Wow. Sarah, Beck, congratulations. An incredible semi-final. I was on the edge of my seats. Sum it up for me.
The girls were incredibly strong. Like, what a talented group of ladies there. Like, seriously, their ground strokes, their dinks, their slice, cross-court dinks were ridiculous. I don't know how Beck caught them. They were just insane. And it could have definitely gone either way, as you saw. Really gutsy effort from Beck here, like clawing back. You know, just finding her stride with those ground strokes that have been working all weekend for her, and I'm super proud of her. Like, unreal.
It certainly is a great moment, and I think the score was locked up at 12-12, and all four players treated us to the point of the match, and I think there was an overhead that Joy Yuko had down the line on you, and somehow you managed to get paddle in behind it, and it was enough. Sum up what it means, Beck, making the final here at the World Pickleball Championships.
Oh, it's just amazing. I'm so blessed to have Sarah beside me to help me and carry me along the way, and I'm just stoked. I didn't expect it. Yeah, so happy.
Fantastic. Well, our Golden Girls from Australia are through to the final. The final will be here on Championships Court very shortly. Well done, girls. Congratulations. We look forward to seeing you out here soon.
All right, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back for the finals in just a few minutes.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries. This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back on championship court. I've got Brendan Lee still to my right. What a trooper. He's been here all day with me. Thank you, by the way, for doing the broadcast with me. It's always nice to have a second voice, somebody to bounce stuff off of in the broadcast.
Mate, it's been great to be with you here today. I've enjoyed every moment learning this element of our sport with you. And here we go, the women's doubles final here at the World Pickleball Championships.
Yeah, we're going to get started. Penny Lee and Varsha on the far side. Beck Kingsley and Sarah Burr on the close side.
Now, we should make clear early on here, Scott, that this now is a best-of-3 game match to decide the winners of this title.
Duly noted.
And I'm divided, as you know.
As am I. Yours should be a little easier to work out, though.
Great point. And we're going to see a pickleball game out here, Scott. I think a lot of these points are going to be decided from the NVZ.
Yeah, this is going to be a real match and a lot of back and forth.
Great hands there. That was sharp by Sarah Burr. Great setup by Beck, though.
Yeah, she's a great setter for her sister Sarah to put stuff away. It's the setter is just as important as the put away.
Oh, Penny not liking that spin serve.
Yeah, they're going to have to get used to that for sure. And then the miss right there was in part because they closed the gap so fast after that third shot drive.
Oh, another one.
I really don't think they've seen anything like that before.
Okay, but we know Varsha and Penny are very accomplished when they get to the NVZ. The problem is going to be getting there.
Yeah, and they're very keen. They're going to pick up on this spin serve and be able to return it after game one. Game one might be a bit of a struggle, but we're also just pointing this out. We're also under the full lights now. It was a little lighter earlier. This is full-blown lights.
This is much nicer conditions for not just the players, but also for us sitting here as well.
Yeah, especially at the commentator booth.
Yeah, this is a strong start by Sarah and Beck, already out to a 4-0 lead and second server for Penny and Varsha.
Yeah, you just can't lift the ball up high to her forehand. She's going to hammer it, both of these gals. That's a nice attack. She had it set up. She just didn't finish. You got to finish right there.
Oh, Beck got the ball she wanted. She had a great dink to set that high ball up. Probably just need to get lower, come from underneath that ball to lift that back up and over the net, though, that attacking volley. Good hands there by Varsha. Good placement. She is good at that.
Varsha's got very powerful punching ability at the kitchen line.
I think we're going to see a lot of this exchange today. These dink rallies cross-court more than down the line. Okay, they're on the board. 1-4 on 1. Varsha and Penny can breathe now. It's always getting your first points tough.
It really is. Sometimes you relax a little bit after that, but getting on the board is an important part of this game.
And right now, Beck in the semi-final we saw had a reasonably slow start by her standards. I feel right now she is switched on from the start.
By the way, for anybody that's watching it and has been watching, that's how you hit a return that's close to the baseline. You just hit it. You just hit it. You don't worry about if it's in or out.
It's that easy.
It's that easy. That's very savvy and keen right there.
And Penny is the savvy one. I mean, they're both fantastic players, but Penny's pickleball IQ is high.
I don't know where Beck was right there. She hit a nice drop, and then she was nowhere to be found at the non-volley zone. She's got to get up there and hug that line tighter.
And Varsha was so quick at identifying that as well.
This is the cross-court battle you spoke of a few minutes ago. It's going to happen quite a bit.
Ooh.
That ball just missing, just missing. It was very, very close. Penny Lee with a nice attack straight on. Bird not quite ready for that. I'm loving that forward attack from Penny Lee. Varsha drops the ball in soft. It gets lifted, and here comes Penny Lee right there for the forehand put away.
Did Penny Lee watch Sarah Burr at Asia Pickleball Open? Because that is a Sarah Burr move.
It looks just like Sarah Burr. We could combine the two last names and just call it the Blur.
Beck really needs to be patient here. She knows this. This match is not going to be won by sped up. It's going to be won by patience and digging and waiting for the right ball to attack. I just feel like she attacked the wrong ball there. So hopefully she gathers those senses shortly or as quick as she can.
So this cross-court dinking's going to happen quite a bit, and then the lob. Oh,
I don't like that play.
Not a great idea to do that, but she did finish the overhead when that
She
ball got lifted up a little too high.
Did get away with it, but lobbing down the middle to Sarah, I don't think they're going to come off winning that point more times than losing. Time will tell.
Nice resets there from Varsha.
Yeah, Penny just apologising to Varsha there. I think Varsha had a better play on that last ball.
Sometimes instinctually you just go for it, and you got to have a little bit more awareness of where you are on the court. Really making Beck work here on these dinks. Varsha in no hurry to speed it up. Oh,
what
look at
an
that
exchange.
What a firefight. You got to love the back and forth from these ladies, just really pushing. Penny Lee, when she's moving in and punching, she's extremely difficult to face. Look at her moving in. Look at her go. Now, the defense right there was impeccable because Penny Lee really had hit a good shot off that low volley, but Varsha not able to recover back to the other side. So good. Beck just sitting there empty-handed, letting that ball go through.
Penny in on absolute fire right now.
She's sharp, isn't she? Her points of attack are spot on, right at the feet. A bit aggressive.
A wrong decision there, I would say. I think if she had her time again, she would probably just reset that one back into the kitchen.
Also, if you do attack that, you can't go through the middle high like that. You have to go at a body. You have to have a body stop that shot.
Great move by Sarah there. She was in a better position to take that, and she did.
Well-placed ball because Penny and Varsha are getting a little mixed up on who takes that middle ball. Wow. The counters. Look, Penny Lee doing it again. That's a wrong shot. Just keep them back.
Sarah Burr will get these back all day.
Oh, my
a fantastic point.
Incredible defense by Sarah Burr right there. Again, some of these points look they're going to be over 3-4 shots before they actually are.
But Scott, this is what we expect from the Open Women's Doubles Final.
100%. And Penny Lee and Varsha making a little bit of a run here, pushing hard. I like that attack down the line, but Beck Kingsley guarding her line like a champ. Oh, such a good shot. But Lee is just really a wrecking ball right now. Everything she's doing is coming in, moving forward, putting a lot of pressure on that forehand. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick 60-second break while they towel off and get some water. We'll be right back after this. Lee and Majmadar looking confident here in game one. Started a little slow, came out a little flat, but now up 7-4.
Remember, Sarah and Beck did go out to a 4-0 lead here. Oh.
So Penny Lee that's called a heat check right there. You're feeling it. You know you're dialed in. They're hitting a lot of the balls to Varsha, so she's looking for that attack, but that was not the right time to attack the ball. Such a good shot from Sarah Burr.
Filthy serve there. Gets the short reply.
Nice recovery off the net cord. Oh, that's a thing of beauty right there. The lob followed by the smash. It was only a good lob because Beck couldn't get a lot on it. Oh my God. Varsha feeling herself right now.
She is up and about.
I would not be getting it into any firefights right now with Varsha. Her hand speed is unbelievable. I'm not sure if it's translating through on the replay, but just watch the snap of her paddle. Oh my God, Penny Lee is firing off right now. Good reset there from Beck. What a point. Nice lob, another lob. They got to figure out that middle ball.
What exhibition we are being treated to right now. Like,
holy cow.
I really feel like Sarah and Beck probably have to slow this up a bit. Their drives are just being countered straight away with interest.
Yeah, they're countering these drives with incredible precision.
Great spot there by Beck.
That ball missed. That ball missed. She had it teed up on her forehand and just overcooked it.
Miscommunication there, I think. I think Beck went for it, but then Sarah was all over it. I think that little hindrance there perhaps just put Sarah off enough.
Well, it definitely wasn't a great lob, but it was enough to keep them off balance.
Look at Varsha in that transition zone.
Yeah,
She's so strong.
This game is not going well right now for the Aussies. They're a little shaken up after some of these points. They haven't come out on top. They've got to regroup here. Not a good decision. I mean, look, at the end of the day, you're up 9-4, but you got to be smart with some of these shots. Very low percentage down the line.
9-4-1. I'm not the worst time to do it, though, Scott. Come on, be a little bit generous.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
She wants the crowd to get involved here. She is working the crowd. Actually, it was 10-4-1.
Yeah, we had the score a little lagged there. It's actually game points, so they won 11-4. Not the outcome that the Aussies were looking for in game one, but look for them to bounce back here in game two. as they have got to figure out some adjustments. We'll be right back after this break. All right, we're back in game 2. I'm not sure they listened to the slow it down advice just yet. It's in her blood.
I mean, if you do it well, keep doing it, I guess.
It's in her DNA. She just loves to hit that ball.
The other thing we mentioned is this is a big moment for all 4 players on this court. I think there was a big storm in the first game. I think Penny and Varsha played absolutely incredible ball to take that first game. Can they maintain that for 2 or 3 games? I don't think so, but time will tell. And it's a bit of execution here as well. Sarah makes that ball 9 times out of 10.
Well, but this is the difference. When you're in the finals, the balls are a little lower. They're a little sharper. You can't just attack every ball that you see. So she did have the right shot to attack. It just happened to be a little lower than she wanted.
Okay, so this is what we spoke about. I know that's isn't a rare error there from Varsha, but Sarah slowed it down, hit a bit of spin on that dink, do the simple things well.
Yeah, I expect Kingsley and Burr to really change things up here, come with a different game plan, and I think there'll be a game 3 most likely, but we'll see.
Oh, because I think
Nice shot.
we had this conversation before the match. Sarah and Beck played Penny and Varsha at the Asia Pickleball Open, I believe. Scott, you were there, and they overpowered them completely. My money is Penny and Varsha have gone away from that tournament and worked on countering power. I reckon they've probably had people drive at them, knowing potentially that this would be a matchup at this tournament or next time they meet.
Well, you can certainly tell when somebody's overpowered, and this is not the case in this final. They feel completely comfortable handling the drives from Burr and Kingsley. So incredible defense from Sarah Burr. Oh, that's unfortunate because Penny Lee should be smacking that with a forehand. Unfortunately, Varsha did not slide to the right. Guys, that's a tip. When you're playing and the ball goes up in the middle, give that ball to that forehand. It's a much cleaner shot from the forehand's perspective.
I like that Varsha accepted it, acknowledged and accept that she, quite frankly, stuffed up there. And they're right back at it.
Yeah.
She apologized to Penny, goes, hey, my bad, I know.
Yeah,
And
I do like
here.
that sportsmanship.
Execution hasn't quite been as sharp in game 2 here early on, but it wasn't at the start of game 1 either. And they really ramped it up after that.
So did you notice Varsha's attack through the middle on the forehand off the bounce is defended very well from Sarah Burr. She puts that forehand in the middle and clogs it up.
It's not the same as we saw in the semi-final against the Indians. She's not going to thread that through the middle like she did.
And I actually spoke to Varsha before this match about that shot being so precise in the game before, and I said, you know, that was a weapon for you in that game, and she said yes, but now I'm going to be hitting that right into the forehand of Sarah. So she was very aware of that.
What a great get there by Sarah, but she's just hit an out ball.
Well, and then, of course...
She gets away with it, though. Gets away with it.
Yeah, but look, that's why you don't... I mean, I've spoke on this several times. That's why you don't drop the ball on a I don't know how old Sarah Burr is. Do you know how old Sarah is?
Sarah? Mid-30s.
Mid-30s. So you don't drop the ball on an athletic mid-30s woman who can track that ball down. You pin them back and keep them back. This is where you want to keep them, back at the baseline.
They'll be very happy with that because they have not been on top of those firefights. We're so used to Sarah and Beck being on top of those.
You know, I think Varsha was a little bit like, whoa.
I lost one.
That one was a little intense for me. I like that Sarah was bringing the fire there.
I do like that play from Beck. She just missed that drop, but it caught Penny by surprise. Penny was expecting Beck to drive that third shot hard. If Beck can execute that, that could be the difference here in game two.
The problem is Beck's not as confident hitting her drops right now. She loves and really relies on that third shot drive. So if she has to go to plan B, she's got to be confident with that third shot drop.
That is a great angle off volley there.
Varsha had no chance at that ball.
A much more composed start to this game too.
They switched up their stacking a little bit, or their positioning, not their stacking, their positioning.
Penny and Varsha have definitely dipped here, Scott. They're not as sharp as they were in game one.
Yeah, there's always a dip from the team that won usually if the teams are evenly matched.
And a bit of luck too.
Yeah, you got to have some of that luck. We talked about that earlier.
It's been a lot of net cords today.
It was a bit aggressive from Penny Lee, by the way, on that after that. Oh, nice adjustment from Penny Lee to lob that ball.
Oh, they did well to hang in that point as long as they did.
Well, that shows you what kind of high IQ Penny Lee has. She recognized that Sarah Burr was going for an Ernie, and she lifted the ball up on a lob. That's very, very high IQ.
The IQ is high from this end. They are very tactical with what they do. They're not just great at their technical elements, but they're also very great at their tactical.
Yeah, and most people just lift that ball right up to the forehand Ernie from Sarah Burr, but not so much with Penny Lee. She doesn't like being Ernied, apparently.
The Aussies have opened up a 4-0 lead here, though, so we're serving at 0-4-1.
Playing much better.
It's a great dig there.
Some of this was just an execution issue in the first game. They're still playing very similar to the way they did in game one, meaning the Aussies, but they are executing now, which is the difference in the score.
And I think from this end, Penny has definitely dipped, Scott. Varsha's still quite sharp, but I feel like Penny has definitely missed a few sitters.
And that's a bit of luck there, maybe a little bit unfortunate for Sarah Burr. She was actually clogging that middle. To be honest, on the replay, you can see Sarah's already sitting on that ball because she knows Varsha likes to speed it up through the middle.
Oh, what a great get by Beck Kingsley.
Yeah, I love that she attacked that ball out of the air and didn't let it bounce behind her.
Okay, and this is what we wanted. We want this dink rally, and we want to be patient here.
You got to give that ball right back to the person that lifted it up. Ultimately, they were okay, but what I mean by that is Varsha attacked the ball cross court to Sarah Burr instead of going right back at Beck when that ball lifted up.
Right, they are on the board here now in this game 2. 1-4 on 1. 2. 2-4.
Yeah, 4-2-1.
Varsha struggling with that serve. Jeez, Penny's been strong at counteracting Sarah's attacks.
I don't know how she's doing that so much, but she is able to body bag people off the bounce without them even realizing it's hit them yet. That's an incredible, I don't know if people realize how hard that shot is to do. Incredibly great touch. And again, Burr with a second miss on that step over poach. He really is money on that most times.
I think she's moving across the court. Maybe I'd like to see her standing back a bit and actually moving across and forward onto it. Probably the only thing. Great put away there by Sarah.
You can
that
only
one had
give
some
them
venom.
so many.
She meant business on that one.
We call it cash in the check.
Speaking of checks, there will be a check cashed after this tournament, after this event too. There is some good money on offer.
Absolutely. Maybe they'll take us to dinner after. Or not. That's another one straight on. Beck's got to be very careful with the dangerous shots of Varsha straight on. She really does like that punch volley and the attack off the bounce straight on. Look, they switched it. They put Beck on the opposite side.
It's not where they want to be.
No, but you know what? It's interesting. They're high IQ as well. They made a switch because they quickly recognized that Varsha was getting upper hand on Beck straight across the net. So we're going to have a timeout. The Australians are going to take a second to regroup as they were up 4-0, and now they find themselves in a different situation. Varsha and Penny Lee feeling very, very comfortable as they've now taken the lead, rattling off 5 points in a row. All right, we're back at it after that 60-second timeout. I'm just saying my percentages are working in my favor now. I'm now up 3-1 since we've talked about that.
So that's sitting above. That's sitting at 75%.
Yeah, I'm hitting above average here. Not a bad idea. A little low. I thought she went for maybe like a magic shot.
And I would say she was off balance a bit too. She wasn't really grounded to execute that efficiently.
She was basically holding her fingers, hoping that ball went in.
Oh, and a bit of luck there, but we are going to take that.
At this point, you're down a game. It's a tight game, too. You might as well take those and
So we are tied up
use
at
them.
5-5 here.
You definitely can't take them with you. Good adjustment from Beck. I mean, she's used to driving her thirds, and she's really focusing now on dropping those thirds, and it's paying off big time.
And a quick timeout there, called just 2 points after the last timeout.
Wow. Not really surprised, though. These teams are very savvy with their timeouts. I think they had the 5-4 lead. Now it was 5-4 Lee and Majmadar, and now it's 7-5 Kingsley and Burr. So a good timeout, a wise timeout in my opinion. Let's see if they can stop some of that momentum. And let's see if I'm going to go 4-1 on the team calling the timeout, winning the next point. Can I go 80%? Yes, I can.
These are scary stats.
I know it is. You know, it's not even factual, but it's what I've noticed over 6 years of playing. Like,
But they have still got the serve here.
oh goodness, that's an untimely miss serve. She's had a couple long. Very few have hit the net like that.
Very few in the net.
She's got to reel that in though. It's important to get your serves in. Burr stepping over to take that middle ball. The one thing about Sarah that I love is that she can get every ball back. She bounces around or whatever. But there she's backing away from that shot, so the ball's getting lower. So by the time she contacts it, it's below the net.
Great defense by Varsha there.
Kingsley and Burr just swinging away. Oh my goodness, Penny Lee with some amazing defense. What do you think?
Fantastic play, but I think she saw an opening. She saw Sarah with the Ernie, saw a line open and thought, I might drive this up here.
It's
She
just
should
a
have stayed in the point.
very low percentage to attack that ball on an overhead, but
So what I had some insight there from Sarah and Beck, and they actually felt that they're going to target Penny here with the return. They feel that her third shot is currently sitting up a little bit high, which in the last couple of points I have noticed. She's running hot everywhere else, but they feel like that's a little opening they may have.
I like it. They've got to do something here as they cannot afford to lose this game. Wow. I got to tell you, that cannot get put on a platter any easier to put away, and she just overcooked it. I think people get excited, you know. I know I sure do, but you got to stay in your composure when you're going to hit that ball.
Like that would have been side out, 6-7 on one. Now we're 8-6-2.
Big difference here in game 2 on execution. And Beck Kingsley just coming out of left field with that forehand
Slapped that
smoke.
right down the center.
Slapped it.
All right, a few points. The difference now in this second game.
I wonder if the real difference is that they ate a blooming onion between games. Do you think that could be what it is?
No Australians are eating blooming onions, my friend.
Touche. Oh, that is a thing of beauty watching that ball come through the middle unscathed. And that is match point right there. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back for game 3 in just a minute. You know what's crazy is that the bronze medal match is 1 game to 15, and they're over there still playing, and we finished 2 games over here already.
Good night. So, Scott, what was interesting is if we go back to the points when Sarah was serving, or Sarah was serving at 7-6-2, and there was a net cord. She popped that backhand dink up, and Varsha put that into the net. Varsha and Penny didn't win a point after that.
Agreed. It was a game changer. That ball called out from the lines judge. It was a little late on the call, but Beck not one to really make bad calls. She'll be on the side of making no call. They're having some success, Penny and Varsha, when they can pin Beck down on her backhand, when they can get a little pace on it. She struggles with that a little bit.
Yeah, Beck hasn't probably found her drop yet. As we said, she was going to slow it down, but that's what she has found, and it has been critical. She has pulled out at least 3 of those in the last 8 points, I would say.
Wow, what she cracked that ball.
She
not
probably
physically.
did crack the ball.
It's possible. I meant that more metaphorically, but she may have. Sarah Burr really picking it up, but you got to finish it on that first one. If you don't, the chances go down that you'll win that point. I've said this several times, but Penny getting back to her game one ways where she's sliding in, being aggressive off that fourth shot.
That's the fastest we've seen her move in some time.
She kind of took a lull in game 2 from doing that. She kind of quit doing it, and I think they need to get back to doing that. This is a great point playing out in front of us. Not a good idea. How many times?
You jinxed.
Somebody has got to let her know that that's a terrible idea there.
But we've complimented her on her pickleball IQ extensively, and that, my friend, was a poor shot selection.
And it's only because Sarah Burr is an extremely talented athlete. Like, she can crush overheads. It's just never a good idea to lob on those type of athletes.
In my opinion right now, Penny is nervous.
Yeah, Penny may be a little tight. It's game 3. I don't mind a lob here and there, but that's like the 3rd time it's gotten smashed for a winner. Oh, they were a little upset. They thought that ball was out back there. But then the ref confirmed it was in. Not sure what Sarah was trying to do there. Was she trying to lob off of that? I didn't know.
I think she was, but once again, probably the wrong shot selection. A simple dink back into the kitchen would have sufficed there.
Yeah, probably cross court too, opening up the paddle face. All right, there's Penny Lee again getting aggressive. But look, if you're going to go high, go into somebody's body high. Don't go through the middle like that. You're going to miss every time.
And she's missed that one, but at least she's trying to go back to what they did so well in game 1.
Yeah, her being aggressive coming in off that 4th shot is where they shined in game 1. I love these resets.
I would not be speeding it up at Beck Kingsley right now, Scott. She is seeing it like a basketball.
Yeah. Yeah, Penny Lee actually volleyed that ball and fell into the kitchen.
Well in, nearly over the net.
Like, it was a blind person probably could have seen that.
The pressure that they are building now is really showing.
Yeah, I have to say, Beck Kingsley has risen to the occasion in the finals. She's playing lights out, carrying the team at the moment. I'm very impressed with her backhand dinks. She's just so composed right now, and that's great to see, honestly. Burr and Kingsley with a 4-1 lead. A good timeout there from Lee and Majmadar.
All right, Sarah Burr serving at 4-1-2 here in the deciding game.
Wow.
That was better execution.
I'd say she was all over that one.
This match just starting to run away from Penny and Varsha a bit now.
That's the spin serve right there. Switching at 6. So it's 6-1.
A huge lead here opened up by Sarah and Beck. It's going to take a phenomenal performance by Penny and Varsha now to get this match back on their terms.
Isn't it interesting how they can play so well in game 1? They win 11-4, almost emphatic win. Come back in game 2, falter a little bit, end up losing that game 2, and now they've completely unraveled at the moment, down 6-1 at the switch. What do they need to do to get back on track like they did in game 1?
I think the moment got to them a bit. I think they actually saw the finish line. They had got game 1, and I feel like they just tightened up a little bit. And that was the door that Beck and Sarah needed. But they have got the side out here. 1-6-on-1. They really want to try and put a bit of scoreboard pressure.
That's some great defense, honestly. But at the end of the day, Beck Kingsley with a nice forehand put away.
I tell you what, Beck Kingsley has been the best player on court in this third game.
There's no question. She is the one that's leading the charge.
Of course, Scott.
Why do we even say anything complimentary of
I'm
any
so
of
sorry,
the players? Beck, when you watch this later, we both apologize for that. Also, a good drop shot from
yes, maybe it was that.
Lee.
Let's say that, Scott. Okay, they've narrowed the gap to 4, 2-6-on-2, and they're stacking.
Yeah, they're stacking a little bit. They want Penny straight on with Beck.
And I wouldn't have liked this earlier, but I do think Varsha is playing a little bit better than Penny right now.
Agreed.
She's a bit more relaxed.
Now, a 6-1 lead can really disappear quickly with some unforced errors. It's not a good idea for them to let up at all.
So I think that point happened all too quickly, and Sarah and Beck didn't get time to communicate their positions.
My goodness.
Beck Kingsley, what an animal. What an animal.
First of all, my eyes are going cross-eyed because I can't keep track of the ball that fast when it keeps coming back. But, yeah, she's just an animal right now, putting those overheads down.
What a great get.
She's dialed in big time. Boy, that was close.
What happened?
It was called out. I think it did miss.
Up this end?
It was very close. We really can't see it on that replay. She did actually stop the point before it got going.
Okay, Varsha really struggling with this spin serve now. Great depth from Sarah on it. Varsha actually tapped the shade cloth mesh.
And normally I would say that that's a hindrance, but to be honest, that's like 7 feet back. So really that's not actually a hindrance.
Another missed return here. We're at 9-3, Scott. This match has gotten away from them very quickly.
Well, I talked to Jan about this early before the tournament started. The Australians came into town and said, hey, is the spin serve going to be available to us? And
we have arrived.
And Jan said yes, and now the spin serve has become a real factor in this championship
All right,
game.
A timeout called here by Varsha and Penny. They're going to need an absolute miracle here now.
Quite frankly, I think they waited a little too long to call that timeout. They should have stopped that momentum about after the second missed return. Also, while we've got the 60-second timeout, I just want to address one thing. Pickleball is nothing like tennis other than that you hit a round ball over a net. If you've watched pickleball versus tennis at all, you know that the strategies are completely different. So just make sure you watch a lot more pickleball to get familiar with that.
All right, here we go. 10-3. Championship point here for the Women's Open Doubles at the World Pickleball Championships.
5-1.
They do get a second chance here, though. Bet
Absolutely.
Kingsley to serve. Bet Kingsley finishing the match right there.
Wow.
What a performance by the Australian girls to take this match in 3.
Wow. Very impressive finish there for the Australians, taking home back-to-back championships in the Women's Open Pro Division. You got to love the grit after they get down 11-4 in that first game. You kind of think, uh-oh, is this a turning of the tides? But no, they rose up to the occasion. I'm going to let my man Brendan Lee finish off the night with an interview from both teams. Like to get you with the losing team first, Penny Lee and Varsha Majmadar. And then we're going to interview the winners, the Australian team, Beck Kingsley and Sarah Burr. We'll be right back with that interview in just a second.
Testing 1, 2. Girls, congratulations. You two first, yeah. Testing 1, 2. Girls, what an incredible final that you treated us to. Game 1, you came out absolutely firing. It was phenomenal. You were moving so well. Firstly, congratulations on making the final here at World Pickleball Championships. It's such an extraordinary achievement. Tell me, what went through your mind after winning Game 1?
After the first game, we thought, we could just continue doing what we did on the first set. But apparently, Sarah and Beck, I don't know. They just do good, yeah. We tried to do it again on the third set, try to go back to the first set. But yeah, I think they're just doing much better.
We saw in the first game, you girls were moving so phenomenally forward. We call it in Australia the shake and bake. I'm sure you girls call it the same thing, and that would seem to be working a treat for you there. When you look at that second game, what's the mentality for the third?
I think we wanted to go back to plan A, but just not able to execute, where we wanted to keep things tight. Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't make it, but we're very proud of ourselves. I mean, to reach the final is incredible.
You definitely surprised a lot of teams this tournament. It was a semi-final win against the Indian. Made you be proud. I'm sure everyone at home is very proud of you. So congratulations on this result. I hope you do celebrate tonight, and we look forward to seeing you at mixed doubles tomorrow. Thank you.
We'll do mix tomorrow, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you, girls. All right, I am here with our World Pickleball Championships Women's Doubles 5.0 Olympians, Sarah Burr and Beck Kingsley. Congratulations, girls. What an awesome result. Tell me about Game 1.
They played basically a perfect women's doubles set. So we didn't feel like we were doing much wrong, but they were just outplaying us. So we had to completely change our strategy. We had to rethink the whole thing. And I mean, we started strong. We're up 4-0 with our strategy, but then they worked it out and we had to, come up with a whole new strategy.
Game 2 obviously went your way. It was relatively tight though. How did you pull Game 2 out?
Like Sarah said, we changed strategy, so we stopped driving.
What was the strategy?
so the strategy was to go softer. Yeah, so third shots dropping rather than driving because they were just on fire in hitting them back. So yeah, and then we just changed, trying to get our returns nice and deep and keep them back in the corner. Yeah.
And it worked. And going into game 3, Scott and I called it. We felt you were the best player on the court, Beck. Tell us about that.
Oh, I don't know. I think you're all being a bit too nice, but yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Fittingly, you put the match away, though. That must have felt awesome.
I can't even remember match points, so I thought Sarah did it. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Full credit. Congratulations. You finish as the World Pickleball Championships, Women's Doubles Championships. Go and celebrate with your friends and loved ones. And yes, we'll see you for mixed doubles tomorrow.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye.
That's why he's like, you were me.
This is Steve Dawson from ProKennex. I'm the designer and originator of all ProKennex pickleball paddles. I'm very excited that we can have kinetic technology within every paddle. The kinetic technology is proven to reduce shock and vibration and is used by myself and all pickleball players as both a preventative and a cure for arm-related injuries.